Shalom, shalom, shalom. Salutations from King James Bible University, the house of higher learning, where every student is in a state of build-up, and that includes me too. Ha ha! KJ, BU, we live. So get your pens and pads, cause these notes save lives. And up first, Brother Connor.
Shalom, everyone, and wherever you may be scattered around the world, thank you for making this teaching a part of your day. I'm Brother Connor, and I am a student at King James Bible University. The title of today's teaching is Foot Infection, but be shod with sandals. Before I get started, I would like to make it known that King James Bible University is not affiliated with any Christian church or denomination, any Black Hebrew Israelite street camps, any pro-black groups such as the Nation of Islam, FBA, or Black Lives Matter. We are not affiliated with any so-called sovereign citizen Moorish groups or any Black Indian Turtle Island groups. We are not Confederate nor share any similar interests with any of these organizations. King James Bible University stands alone and is a platform that strictly teaches what thus saith the Lord. The way I will present this teaching is by the divine accumulation method, precept upon precept. And I'll run some foundational scriptures before we get started with the teaching. We'll go to Isaiah 28, 9 and 10. Isaiah 28, 9 and 10 reads, Whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little. These the one the Most High will teach knowledge and make to understand doctrine. The ones the Most High will teach and make understand doctrine must be weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. And we'll take a look what this is talking about, what this verse is talking about in Isaiah 60 and 16. Isaiah 60 and 16 reads, Thou shalt suck the milk of the Gentiles, and thou shalt suck the breasts of kings. This is actually Isaiah 16, 60 A and B. I just needed this part. I just wanted this part right here to the colon. And I read it back over. Isaiah 60, 16 A and B. Thou shalt suck the milk of the Gentiles and suck the breasts of kings. We'll look up milk. Milk, simplicity, nurture of faith. basic teachings, fundamental principles, or introductory lessons, spiritual matters, elementary principles, sucking, spiritual nourishment, pure teaching. So we're getting our nourishment, uh, our spiritual nourishment from the Gentiles, which is not, these are not the milk of Jehovah. We must be weaned from this and drawn from the breasts of the kings that teach this, the rulers that teach this. And we'll look up, let me go back to milk. We'll look up simplicity. I want to dive a little deeper into this real quick. Just to bring some more clarity. Sim- Simplicity. What I want from here is folly. And we'll dive a little deeper. Let's look up folly. Because I want to. Folly is foolish. Folly is foolishness. Prudent. Oh, wait. Their folly is foolishness. We also look up. Now we'll go to Genesis. I'm gonna pivot over to Genesis 10 and 2. This will make it. Genesis 2, Genesis 10, 2 through 5. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshach, and Tyrus. Verse 3. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmah. And the sons of Javan, Elishash, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles, divided by their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families and their nations. Now we'll look up. I just want to look up isles real quick. Isles. The eyes of the Gentiles, we got the folly, fools. So we must be weaned from that and drawn from this foolishness of the milk that they give us as foolishness. It's folly. The only way we can get knowledge from Jehovah, we have to empty out that foolishness, that folly out of our vessels. I was wanting to bring that out. So we'll go back to Isaiah 28 and 10 just to reiterate. It's going to read verse 9. Whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make understand doctrine? Then are weaned from the milk and drawn from the bread. So we must be, like I said, we must be weaned from the milk for that foolishness, drawn from the breast of those foolish leaders, the foolish wicked rulers. I'm going to go to 1 Corinthians 3:19. 1 Corinthians 3:19 reads, for the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God. For it is written, he taketh wise, he taketh the wise in their own craftiness. I would just look up what Gentiles are. Just be you look them up, but just look up what they mean. In case we have anybody new. I don't want to leave anybody behind. Now the ruling now is read out of Genesis chapter 10, verse 2 through 5. These are children of the fifth, Gentiles of the flesh. That who we were getting that foolish milk that from the breast of their leaders, their king, their ruler, the children of the feather are the inhabitants of this land. And when we go and vote for them to be our president, we actually making them a king over us instead of Jehovah. And when we follow their rulership, we turn away from Christ, thus making us Gentiles of the mind, or non-followers of Christ. And that's the point I want to make with all that. Because it really don't matter your outer complexion. If you're not following Christ, you're a Gentile regardless of how you look on the outside. So we'll move on to Psalms 119, 4 and 104. Psalm 119, 4 and 104. Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently. Go to 104. Through thy precepts I get understanding. Therefore I hate every false way. And now I'm going to go to John chapter 10, verse 1, because this kind of ties those two, kind of speaks in the same, well, basically about this false way. I want to bring that out a little bit more through scriptures. And John 10 and 1. John. John chapter 10, verse 1. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that entereth the door, not by the door, I'll read over. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that entereth not by the door into the sheepfold, but climbeth up some other way, the same is a thief and a robber. Precepts are the only way to get understanding. The written word of JEHOVAH. These worldly methods, such as theology, hermeneutics, exegesis, eisegesis, and reading one verse up and one verse down, are all false ways and contrary to the commandments of JEHOVAH. That makes those that use those wicked methods a thief and a robber. They use those methods to make merchandise of you for your hard-earned money. So we go to Isaiah 34:16. For Psalms. Go to Isaiah. Isaiah 34:16 reads, Seek ye out of the book of the Lord, and read. No one of these shall fail, none shall want her mate. For my mouth it hath commanded, and his spirit it has gathered them. His spirit gathered many books into one book, and we don't need to join this book to any other book. This is all we need to get understanding. I know many have heard this message. Many here have heard this message over and over again, but I still have to look out for those that have might be new. I got invited by one of the members here that want to get some more understanding. So we have to understand we were once without this. We didn't know this at one time. So I know it might be monotonous or redundant to somebody that heard it, but I can't forget about those that don't understand. The book is the Lord, all we need, and we don't need to join this book, the other book written by men. This book written by men. We don't need to join books written by men with his book. Can never emphasize that enough, because there are dozens of, literally thousands of false books out here. And now I'll begin with the teaching. But I just want to what I'm about to, this is another part of my life I'm about to tell, and I want to just clarify that I'm just using what happened to me then as my walk as an adult. As that, what happened to me as a child had nothing to do with this. I'm not trying to blend the two together. I'm just taking the lessons that I learned, the things that I meditated on, and applying it to my walk as an adult up to the point where I came into the truth. So I don't want them to be like muddled together. It's just some things that I was meditating on and then applying it to this lesson. Now I began to teach. It was the second or third week in September 1988 in a neighborhood called St. John, which is part of the Shiloh Township in Sumter County, South Carolina. a 14-year-old, yours truly, was just settling into being a high school freshman for the 1989 school year. I no longer had my own room because my family had grown in size since that day in 1978. I now had two more younger siblings, a younger brother and another sister. I just finished laying out my wardrobe for the next school day and began doing my English homework. I was sitting on the edge of my bed, and my mother was sitting on my brother's bed helping him with his little first grade homework. The sound of her voice was making me sleepy for some reason. I think they call it ASMR. Anyway, I dozed off for a second. Next thing I knew, I heard my mother yell, "Fire, get up." I looked over my brother's side of the room, and I saw big flames coming through the walls. Yes, there was a fire, and after several failed attempts to slow it down with water, I grabbed my shoes. Then my siblings and I followed my mother outside to safety, as the inside of our home was quickly being engulfed in flames. It was a mobile home, so we had literally seconds to escape before the fumes from the smoke would overtake us. We lived on the same land as my grandparent and my grandparent, so we went banging on their back door. My grandfather, seeing the house on fire, rushed back to our home, and closed the door. That helped slow the spread of the fire in hopes that we could salvage some of our stuff. However, we still ended up losing everything. Yes, this was a surreal, traumatic experience, but for some reason, my mother still sent her two oldest children, my sister and I, to school the next morning. As we got on the bus, everyone in our nosy little neighborhood heard about what happened. The usual 20-minute bus ride to school felt like an eternity. My sneakers still had some soot on them from the fire. A guy that lived on the next block smelled the undeniable scent of a house fire and said, "I smell smoke." Looked back at me and said, "Is that you smoking?" The whole bus erupted in laughter, including myself, because I really needed to laugh to keep from crying. By the time we reached my high school, they had got the news and made the announcement on the school's intercom. Everyone expressed their concerns, and my family received clothes and donations until we heard from the insurance agency. Later on that day, after school, my grandfather wanted to go see if anything managed to survive the fire. So we went back to look. My mother found her purse and some cash that wasn't burned up, plus a plus a metal box that was full of family photos that we took in Germany. That was about the extent of our finding. Me not being mindful of my steps ended up feeling a sharp pain in the bottom of my foot. I lifted up my foot, and a burnt piece of timber came up along with my shoe as I lifted my shoe up because I stepped on a nail and it went through my foot. I immediately snatched the board and nail out of my foot and shoe, then began hopping towards the door to go back outside. My grandmother saw what happened and went to get a thick stick. She said, "Come here, boy, and let me beat the bottom of your foot." I said, "What? No, I'm not letting you hit my foot." She said, come here, son, before it gets infected." I refused again, and she didn't ask anymore. Me being only 14 did not understand how beating my foot would help me when I was already in pain. However, had I let her do it, I would have saved myself from more pain at the doctor's office later on. I limped around for a few days thinking I would just heal and my foot would go back to normal, but that wasn't happening. Plus, the bottom of my foot turned a yellowish color with a bluish purple streak going up the side of my foot. I showed my mother and my grandmother, and they took me to the local clinic about 10 minutes away. The doctor examined my foot and said it was infected, and I could have ended up getting tetanus had I waited too much longer. He got a syringe and administered a shot in the area of the nail punctured through my foot. He then grabbed a scalpel and cut into the infected area. Mind you, I didn't receive any pain numbing medication. This was raw and uncut. He then began squeezing the infected fluid or whatever that was out of my foot. After he was done, he told me how to care for my open wound until it healed. I had to take a clean Q-tip, dip it in peroxide, and stick it in the open wound to keep it from forming another infection. And they did charge me to go home. My grandmother looked back at me, looked in the back seat through her rearview mirror and said, "See, son, if you would let me beat your foot to start with, you wouldn't have to go through all of that." Then it hit me. The running blood would have carried the bacteria out of my foot, and it wouldn't have got infected. When the Spirit led me to do this teaching, I started considering the journey through this wilderness, how we must be mindful of the snares that await us. Job 18:10. Job 18:10 reads, "The snare is laid for him in the ground, and a trap for him in the way." And what is this reinforced what snare means? Snare is a trap. I'm able to go ground. I just want curse, waste. Going back into the house was a waste. We had already escaped with the most valuable things we own, our lives. Yet we went back in search of vanity. Waiting underneath those ashes was that nail that punctured my shoe and went to my foot. Now let's look at this spiritually. That nail represents the dross that can accumulate in our spirits, providing we stray away from the path of Jehovah. This happens when our foot, feet, or desires are pierced by the polluted things of this world. Proverbs 110 and 116. Proverbs 110 and 116 Proverbs 110 and Proverbs chapter 1, verse 10 and 16 reads, My son, if sinners entice thee, consent thou not. For their feet, their desires, run to evil, and make haste to shed blood. That what it is, look up. That's the. Just want to show it since I brought it up. Just want to prove it. Foot is your desire. Throughout the scriptures, we are warned about the 666 ways Satan can use to get at us. Each of those ways are like nails we could potentially step on if we choose to walk our own way. Ecclesiasticus or Sirach 27 and 2. Ecclesiasticus or Sirach 27 and 2. And it reads, As the nail sticketh fast between the joinings of the stones. And you see a semicolon? That's the end of that thought. So doeth sin stick close between buying and selling. Now Satan has been given power over this world, the temporal things we can see with our eyes. Satan has literally persuaded billions of people to buy into the temporal luxuries of this world in exchange for our souls. Matthew 16:26. Matthew chapter 16, verse 26 reads, For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? Nothing in this world worth our salvation. And we don't want to lose focus. We gotta have that tunnel vision. Matthew 11 and 7. And as they departed, Jesus began to say unto the multitudes concerning John, What we ye out into the wilderness to see? A reed shaking in the wind? What is it about this world that entices us to be to the point of risking eternal salvation from Jehovah to satisfy a lustful urge? We carelessly meander aimlessly without any precautions, ignoring the warning signs and continually piercing our feet, our desires on the nails of iniquity. Proverbs 8:32 through 36. Proverbs chapter 8, verse 32 through 36 reads, Now, therefore, hearken unto me, ye children. He's about to explain that colon. He's about to explain. For blessed wisdom is given are they that keep my ways. Hear instruction and be wise, and refuse it not. Blessed is the man, the male or female, that hears me, watching daily at my gates, waiting at the posts of my doors. For whoso findeth me findeth life, and shall obtain favor of the Lord. But he that sinneth against me wrongeth his own soul. All that hate me love death. God doesn't want death for his people. However, the word of God will not return to him void, and he cannot lie. We go to Titus 1 and 2. Titus chapter 1 verse 2 reads, In hope of eternal life, which God cannot lie, promised before the world began. We'll segue into Wisdom of Solomon 2 and 23. Wisdom of Solomon 2 and 23 and 24 reads, For God created man to be immortal, and made him to be an image of his own eternity. Nevertheless, through envy of the devil came death into the world, and they that hold of his side do find it. We see what the devil is. Well, look at the meaning of the devil. The accuser, Satan, evil one, serpent, viper, dragon, legion, fallen angel, wicked one, Paleo, Leviathan, unclean, Beelzebub, tempter, slanderer, adversary. What I want is the accuser, because that's us. Because we accuse the Spirit of God for our troubles and not take accountability for ourselves. We as a whole were given wisdom from Jehovah, yet develop convenient amnesia when it comes to confessing our iniquities to Jehovah. We want to continue to fool around in the ashes of the wilderness without any accountability. Genesis 3, 8 through 12. Genesis chapter 3, verse 8 through 12 reads, And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord of God amongst the trees of the garden. And the Lord said, and the Lord called unto Adam. I'm going to say who Adam is real quick. I'm going to do it by the scripture, though. I'll come back. I'm going to go to Genesis 5 and 2. Genesis 5:2 reads, male and female, he blessed them. That's the end of that thought. And let me read that over. Male and female, he created them. That's the end of that thought. And blessed them and called their name, their way, Adam, in the day they were created. So Adam is male and female. I just wanted to bring that up as I was reading that scripture. But I'll go back and start that back over. And they heard the voice of the Lord walking in the garden in the cool of the day. He's about to explain. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. And the Lord God called unto Adam and said unto them, where art thou? And he said, I heard that voice in the garden and was afraid, because I was naked and I hid myself. And he said, who told thee thou was naked? Hast thou eaten the tree thereof I commanded thee? There should not eat. And the man said, the woman that y'all gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. Lie, accusing everybody but himself. Once we learn on our own, once we lean on our own understanding and walk our own way, our desires are not his desire, and we're no longer covered by his protection. That's why they were naked. Yet, if we walk with Jehovah without wavering, our feet desires will be aligned with his and will not suffer any harm. Deuteronomy 29:5. Deuteronomy chapter 29, verse 5 reads, and I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes are not waxing old upon you, and thy shoe is not waxing old upon thy foot. This is all spiritual talk. We'll look up 40 years. Year means generation of transition, era of proving and trial, period of leadership or reign, time of purification and preparation, extended season of trial. But that is what era of proving and time of purification and preparation. I will look up a shoe. Shoe, sandal, preparation, journey, humility, servitude, right or property. Shoe, readiness, preparation again. You got sandal, you got dominion, authority, servitude, covenant, agreement. As one for this one, preparation, covenant, and agreement. These shoes cannot wear out, nor any evil thing pierce through. These shoes cannot wear out, nor can any evil thing pierce through, because they are part of a spiritual a full spiritual body armor set. Ephesians 6:13 through 17. Ephesians chapter, chapter 6, verse 13 through 17 reads, Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye be able to withstand in the evil day, and that having done all to stand. Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth, and having on the breastplate of righteousness, and your feet shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace. Above all, taking the shield of faith, wherewith ye shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. Without this protection, the accumulation of drawskin from the nails of sin will eventually cause an infection in our feet because of the issue with our blood, our lifestyle. This infection represents the affliction from the curses for our disobedience. Hosea 5:15. Hosea 5:15 reads, I will go and return to my place till they acknowledge their offense and seek my face. In their affliction, they will seek me early. I thought I was hearing the voice of my fleshly mother as a vessel was guiding my siblings and I through that burning house. It was actually JEHOVAH guiding me up to this point where I am now, feeding his flock. That house represents the fiery furnace of adversity, proving me to see if I will walk in his law or no. However, by returning to the house and getting hurt meant I didn't really escape because sin was found in me after I stepped on that nail, and I was deceiving myself that I didn't need punishment by not allowing my grandmother to beat the blood out of the wound. That worldly lifestyle must be purged from us. Genesis chapter 9, 5 through 6. Genesis chapter 9, verse 5 through 6 reads, And surely your blood of your lives I will require at the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of every man. That's in that thought. At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by a man shall his blood be shed. But explain, for in the image of God he made man. To walk in agreement with Jehovah, I had to kill the desires of my own life and replace it with the desires of Christ. In other words, beating the blood out of the wound represents killing the flesh and the suffering I would have I would have had to endure for a short time. Colossians 3 and 5. Colossians chapter 3, verse 5 reads, mortify therefore your members which are upon the earth. So that thought, fornication, uncleanness, inordinate affection, evil concupiscence, and covetousness, which is idolatry. And we'll segue into 1 Peter chapter 4, 12 through 13. First Peter chapter 4, verse 12 through 13 reads, beloved, think it not strange concerning the fiery trial, which is to try you, as though some strange things happen to you. But rejoice, inasmuch as ye are partakers of Christ's sufferings. Consider that thought, that when his glory shall be revealed, ye shall be glad also with exceeding joy. In closing, I now know I must endure suffering in this world if I am to become that perfect vessel for JEHOVAH. I also must cover myself in this armor to protect myself from the piercing sins of this world. Ecclesiasticus Sirach chapter 2, verse 1 through 8. Ecclesiasticus or Sirach, verse 2, 1 through 8. Chapter 2, verse 1. Chapter 2. And it reads, my son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. Set thy heart aright, and constantly endure, and make not haste in time of trouble. Cleave unto him, and depart not away, that thou mayest be increased at thy last end. Whosoever is brought upon thee, whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully, and be patient, when thou art changed to a lower state. For gold is tried in the fire, and acceptable men in the furnace of adversity. Believe in him, and he will help thee. But it's in that thought, order thy way aright, and trust in him. Ye that fear the Lord, wait for his mercy, and go not aside, lest ye fall. Ye that fear the Lord, believe him, and your reward shall not fail. That concludes the teaching. If you have any questions, email me at ConnorDaniel20@gmail.com. This is Brother Connor, and it has been my pleasure to feed the flock of JEHOVAH. Shalom.
And over here, if you like doctrine, take it in. Don't let it spoil. Cause on this follow up, you an earshot of Brother Raw.
Shalom, everyone. This is Brother Royal with the King James Bible University. Here at King James Bible University, the house of the lost sheep of Israel and the house of JEHOVAH, we are not affiliated with any church organization or camp group and their false doctrine. We only use the Sovereign 1611 King James Bible with the Apocrypha. We do not mate it with any other book, concordance, Dead Sea Scrolls, pamphlets, etc. So get your pens, pencils, electronic devices, your Bible, and let's begin. Today, I will be speaking on Can a Lie Kill You? In the spiritual dictionary, lie is defined as falsehood, vanity, deceive, leasing. When someone tells a lie, that person knows that the truth is on whatever they are lying about. They know what the truth is. Some lies are told to harm others. Some lies are told to cover up something a person has done knowingly to keep that person from punishment of their of their actions. Some lies are out of fear. Let's go to Acts 5, 1 through 11. Acts 5, 1 to 11. But a certain man named Ananias, with Sapphira his wife, sold a possession, and kept back part of the price, his wife also being privy to it, and brought a certain part, and laid it at the apostles' feet. But Peter said, Ananias, why hath Satan filled thine heart to lie to the Holy Ghost, and to keep back part of the price of the land? While it remained, was it not thine own? And after it was sold, was it not in thine own power? Why hast thou conceived this thing in thine heart? Thou hast not lied unto men, but unto God. And Ananias, hearing these words, fell dead, and gave up the ghost. And great fear came on all them that heard these things. And the young men arose, wound him up, and carried him out, and buried him. And it was about the space of 3 hours after, when his wife, not knowing what was done, came in. And Peter answered unto her, Tell me whether ye sold the land for so much. And she said, Yea, for so much. And Peter said unto her, How is it that ye have agreed together to tempt the Spirit of the Lord? Behold, remember, the feet of them which have buried thy husband are at the door, and shall carry thee out. Then fell she straightway at his feet, and yielded up the ghost. And the young men came in, and found her dead, and carrying her forth, buried her by her husband. And great fear came upon all the church, and upon as many as heard these things. Ananias and Sapphira were quickly put to death because they lied about the money they received and offered up unto the apostles' feet. Now, they didn't have to lie. They did not have to lie. But what did Peter tell them? That Satan filled their hearts, their mind, their desire, their reasoning. Has anything changed today? When taxes are being filed, we try to find as many kids as possible to add on to our filing. That's more money, more money, more money. We have reasoned in our mind to use other people's children to claim on our taxes so we can get that extra desired amount of money. Satan filled thine heart. That tax preparer who has given us all these illegal loopholes has filled our heart, our mind, to lie and get paid. Now, I have tried hard in my past to get a kid to add on, but I could never get a extra individual. I don't know about now, but there was a certain amount of kids that a person could claim. And if you had more kids than that, then what would you do about the extra kids? Their SSNs, their social security numbers would be sold off to the next highest person. That's right. You could buy a child. The best time ever for men who didn't want kids. It's tax time. No feeding them, no clothing them, no medical expenses, nothing. All you doing is you paying for a number on paper that will increase the amount of money that is on that you're going to receive. But you got to remember, when dealing with Satan, whatever he gives you, he will take it back. When more than one person uses the same Social Security number on the taxes, that Social Security number is flagged with the IRS. Now, the two individuals who use the same Social Security number on the taxes are being reviewed in depth. When the lie is found out, not only do you give all that money back, but they audit you. Meaning they check out your taxes from previous years. The IRS has a payment plan for people who owe taxes to pay them off. How do I know? How do you know, Brother Roy? Because I have had to use the payment plan in my past. Remember, I couldn't get a kid, but it was in my heart to do so. It wasn't like I wasn't trying to find one to help me out so that I ain't have to pay back as much. For those who are flagged or audited, there is no payment plan. The IRS is going to take your whole check, leaving you enough for gas just about, but that's it. They take every check until the balance is paid off. I'll get another job, you say to yourself, but you still have to use the Social Security number. So they're going to still take your check. A lot of people try to go out and get another Social Security number, putting yourself in more harm's way. But there's no way to continue on with your lifestyle once the IRS start picking with you. Can that lie kill you? Remember, death isn't always graveyard dead. Exodus 20 and 16. Exodus 20 and 16. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. We should not lie on someone else. I must admit, I have lied on other people before. I would have to train new employees earlier in my career. And when asked by management about the employees, I would lie on some and say that they can't make it or can't keep up. Whatever they did to make me upset, or if they wanted to go around what was being instructed to them, even though they may have a better way. I'm not going to get on that part right now. I'm talking about lying. I have told lies when asked about cheating spouses, knowing the person is not at work, knowing who the person is that they cheating with. I could see the overwhelming hurt in the wife's eyes as tears ran down their face. I could see the extreme rage in the husband's face as he speaks on how he is going to administer revenge. Not looking at that marriage was being killed and I was helping it die. Now this is what got my goat though. When I stopped helping in the lies so that the person could continue to cheat after being taken back, the cheaters were mad at me. Yep, you heard it right. The cheaters, were mad at me and started lying on me. These ninjas would say that I was the reason they were having problems in their home, that I was going back and telling their spouses what they were doing, that I was not to be trusted. Don't do anything around me because I will tell on you. They lied on me, excuse me, killing my character throughout the whole building. Now, only those who didn't know, but that was only for those who didn't know me. Everybody who didn't know me, my character was shot. My circle was small, so that was most of the building. Ephesians 4:25. Ephesians 4:25. Wherefore, putting away lying, speak every man truth with his neighbor, for we are members one of another. We are to put away the lies. We are members of one another. All of us who truly believe make up this congregation. We all are the neighbors who should not be lied to. When the Spirit of God speaks, he talks to all of us. He is not just talking to Craig or just Robert or Gwen or Tanisha. He deals with us as a whole, as a body, even though we pray separately. 2 Chronicles 7:14. 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, full stop. Then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Lies will be told to acquire things of others that we may want. In 1 Kings 21, King Ahab wanted to get the vineyard, the people, under Naboth, the Jezreelite. Jezreel meaning God sows, God saves. But Naboth said no to King Ahab. King Ahab offered a better vineyard, or what he thought was a better vineyard, or he tried to pay him money, whatever he felt it was worth. But Naboth said he couldn't sell the inheritance of his father. Now, Ahab came home oh so sad and blue, and he didn't want to eat. And his wife, Jezebel, a low down, she was asking him what was wrong, and he said that Naboth wouldn't sell him the vineyard. So she gonna get it for him. We're gonna go to 1 Kings 21, 7 through 13. 1 Kings 21, 7 to 13. And Jezebel his wife said unto him, Dost thou now govern the kingdom of Israel? Arise and eat bread, and let thine heart be merry. I will give thee the vineyard of Naboth, the Jezreelite. So she wrote letters in Ahab's name, and sealed them with his seal, and sent the letters unto the elders and to the nobles that were in his city, dwelling with Naboth. And she wrote in the letters, saying, Proclaim a fast, and set Naboth on high among the people. And set 2 men, sons of Belial, before him, to bear witness against him, saying, Thou didst blaspheme God and the king, and then carry him out, and stone him, that he may die. And the men of his city Even the elders and the nobles, who were the inhabitants in his city, did as Jezebel had sent unto them, and as it was written in the letters which she had sent unto them. They proclaimed a fast, and set Naboth on high among the people. And there came in 2 men, children of Belial, and sat before him. And the men of Belial witnessed against him, even against Naboth, in the presence of the people, saying, Naboth did blaspheme God and the king. Then they carried him forth out of the city and stoned him with stones, that he died. Jezebel pulled out all the stops in line on Naboth. And even though she didn't keep the law, you can tell she knew it, because she made sure to have 2 witnesses. Deuteronomy 17 and 6. Deuteronomy 17 and 6. At the mouth of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death. Full stop. But at the mouth of 1 witness he shall not be put to death. Also, in her lying letters, she made sure to say that Naboth was committing blasphemy, meaning he had to die. Leviticus 24, 15, and 16. Leviticus 24, 15, and 16. And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, Whosoever curseth his God shall bear his sin. And he that blasphemeth the name of the Spirit of God, he shall surely be put to death. And all the congregation shall certainly stone him, as well the stranger as he that is born in the land, when he blasphemeth the name of the Spirit of God, shall be put to death. Can a lie kill you? Asked Naboth. A young 25-year-old black man was killed in Georgia from lies. Ahmaud Arbery was shot to death. The lie was that Ahmaud was committing burglary, and the 3 white guys was trying to make a citizen's arrest. They had also claimed that he was reaching into his pants, and so that's why, in defense of themselves, they had to shoot. The truth, he was jogging. He had stopped and looked around a house that was built. Like one of those houses for open house. He just went in there, looked around, came back out. 2 of the white guys saw him go in. Looking around, they got their guns, and they got in their truck, and they headed to go get him. Then they called another white dude, and he got in his truck and got behind them, and he filming them chasing Ahmad. They chased him until he was tired out. He scuffled with one of the white guys. The gun goes off. Then you can see him fall to the ground. I watched this on the news. They showed it on the news while I was on my break. I couldn't believe they were showing it like that. But they showed it, showed the shot, showed him falling. It later came out that he was running full speed while being chased from the white men. 5 minutes he ran for his life. 5 minutes he ran for dear life. If you go to the gym, get on a treadmill, and run as fast as you can for 5 minutes, do you think you'd even make the whole 5? I mean, running as hard as you can. Now, running fast is different from running like your life depends on it. First Kings 13. Go ahead, 11, then 15 to 24. First Kings 13, 11, 15 to 24. Oh, my bad. I messed that up. It's 1 Kings 13. 1 Kings 13. Verse 11. 1 Kings chapter 13, verse 11, and then 15 through 24. 1 Kings chapter 13, verse 11, and 15 through 24. Verse 11. Now there dwelt an old prophet in Bethel, and his sons came and told him all the works that the man of God had done that day in Bethel, the words which he had spoken unto the king. Them they told also to their father. Their father was an old prophet. Okay? Then he said unto him, this the old prophet, come home with me and eat bread. And he said, that's the man of God, I may not return with thee, nor go in with thee, neither will I eat bread nor drink water with thee in this place. So he ain't gonna eat no bread, no knowledge, drink no water, understanding. Where am I at? For it was said to me by the word of the Spirit of God, thou shalt eat no bread, nor drink water there, nor turn again to go by the way that thou camest. He said unto him, I am a prophet also, as thou art. And an angel spake unto me by the word of the Spirit of God, saying, Bring him back with thee into thine house, that he may eat bread and drink water. But he lied unto him. So the old prophet from the city lied to the man of God. So he went back with him and did eat bread in his house and drank water. And it came to pass that as they sat at the table, that the word of the Spirit of God came unto the prophet that brought him back. And he cried unto the man of God that came from Judah, saying, Thus saith the Spirit of God, forasmuch as thou hast disobeyed the mouth of the Spirit of God, and hast not kept the commandment which the Spirit of God thy guide commanded thee, but camest back, and hast eaten bread and drunk water in the place of which the Spirit of God did say to thee, Eat no bread and drink no water. Full stop. Thy carcass is fallen elder, fallen corpse, shall not come unto the sepulchres of thy father. And it came to pass, after he had eaten bread, and he had drunk, that he saddled for him the ass, to wit, for the prophet whom he had brought back. And when he was gone, a lion met him by the way, and slew him, and his carcass was cast into the way. And the ass stood by it. The lion also stood by the carcass. The man of God was on his path, just as we are journeying on our path. And the man of God had told the old prophet that he had to keep on his path and could not eat bread or drink water or come back into the town. And the old prophet lies and tells him that an angel, a messenger, told him to come back, get the man of God, and bring him back to his house so that they could eat and drink. He lied to the man of God. And the man of God didn't ask about the angel. What is his name? Where is he from? Why didn't the angel just come to him and tell him? No, he just took his little happy behind on back and went against what the Most High told him to do. Now he dead. It was a lie that killed him. Just like these preachers be lying to the people in the churches. Like the camps on the corners lie to the people as they're walking by. The true followers will not go back, will not eat, will not drink with those liars. John 8 44. John 8:44. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. The devil, destiny, has been lying a long time. And a lot of us, even knowing the truth, still prefer to go to hell. Genesis 3:1-6. Genesis 3:1-6. Now the serpent, that destiny, that devil. Now the serpent was more subtle, cunning than any beast of the field which the Spirit of God our God had made. And he said unto the woman, unto the Spirit, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree that elder, which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not learn of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For God doth know that in the day ye eat, ye learn thereof. Then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And when the woman, that spirit, saw that the tree, that elder, was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, the understanding, and a elder to be desired, to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat. She did learn it, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. Destiny was hitting the woman, the spirit, with smooth words that tingled her ears. He showed her nice things, fed her all of the mixed doctrine that she could eat, and she was loving it. Not only that, but she shared it with her husband, and he did learn it also. Her husband, Adam, male and female. Remember I said earlier that we will know the truth, but still go the other way. 1 Timothy 2:13-14. 1 Timothy 2:13 and 14. If we believe not, did I go to 1 Timothy? I think I got the wrong. Yeah, I got 2 Timothy. My fault. There we go. 1 Timothy 2:13, 14. For Adam was first formed, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman, being deceived, was in the transgression. That's a lie that I was brought up with, that Adam was tricked. Genesis 1:27 and 28. Genesis 1:27 and 28. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them. I mean, he gave them wisdom and knowledge. And God said unto them, be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. We, male and female, know what was going down. We loved it more than we loved JEHOVAH. And the devil, he don't have no respect of person. He was lying, even while tempted. JEHOVAH. Matthew 4:3 and 4. Matthew 4:3 and 4. And when the tempter came to him, he said, if thou be the Son of God, command that these stones be made bread. But he answered and said, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. When I was in the churches, I used to wonder, where did it say that in the Bible? I never heard a pulpit pimp actually pull the verse. Where was it? But this is what happens when you are truly trying to follow the Most High. Also, when teaching, You got to dig in. You got to study. You got to meditate. In this one, for 3 and 4, I found it in Deuteronomy 8, number 3. Deuteronomy 8 and 3. And he humbled thee, and suffered thee to hunger, and fed thee with manna, which thou knowest not, neither did thy fathers know, full stop, that he might make thee know that man doth not live by bread only, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of the Spirit of God doth man live. Next, we go to Matthew 4, 5 through 7. You can catch another quick lie. Matthew 4, 5 through 7. Then the devil taketh him up into the holy city, and setteth him on a pinnacle of the temple, and saith unto him, If thou be the Son of God, cast thyself down, for it is written, He shall give his angels charge concerning thee, and in their hands they shall bear thee up, lest at any time thou dash thy foot against a stone. JEHOVAH said unto him, It is written again, Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. Now we will find this in Deuteronomy 6:16. Deuteronomy 6:16. Ye shall not tempt the Lord, the Spirit of God, your guide, as ye tempted him in Massah. And the last one, Matthew 4, 8 through 10. Matthew 4, 8 through 10. And again, the devil taketh them up into an exceeding high mountain, and showeth him all the kingdoms of the world, and the glory of them, and saith unto him, All these things will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me. Then saith JEHOVAH unto him, Get thee hence, Satan, for it is written, Thou shalt worship The Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. So here we're going to go to Deuteronomy 6:13. Deuteronomy 6:13. Thou shalt fear the Spirit of God thy God, and serve him, and shalt swear by his name. If you want to make it into the kingdom, you can't do it telling lies. Not even the little white lies people like to say. Is it lying if I choose to omit something when answering a question? I answer the question, just don't tell it all. Proverbs 12:19. Proverbs 12:19. The lip of truth shall be established forever, but a lying tongue is but for a moment. The word of knowledge, honesty, faithful, righteousness shall be established forever, but a lying tongue is but for a moment. This life is but a moment. So if we keep on lying, this is it. Enjoy it while you can. This is Brother Roy with the King James Bible University saying I hope someone got something out of this lesson. And until we meet again, Shalom.
Yeah, we at the place of understanding. Nothing comes underhanded, even when money on E. Come on in and eat with your brother Tree.
Shalom, shalom, shalom. This is Big Tree with the King James Bible University, and today I'm bringing forth a teaching titled Life of the Lazy. We got to get across where we got to make sure that we are prepared to put in this work, that we are able to be in this land and constantly work, constantly putting time for the Most High, constantly being able to look out in the world to see what we can apply from the Most High's words of His commandments and His precepts and His ordinances, see what we can apply and see what we can take away. Because there's good things that He gives us and there's bad things that we're not supposed to be doing, we're supposed to not do. So what we're focusing on is the ones that hear the word, the ones that hearken to the ones that hear the word, the ones that do not hearken to the word, the ones that stand still, right? The ones that are idle, the ones that don't move, the ones that dwell, that remain settled, that hear the word, think about doing it, but they don't do it. Those that are empty, those that are void, those that still sit in this that still sit in the world, the ones that sit back, the ones that know that know what they have to do and don't do it, the ones that linger. So this is what we're going to be talking about. We're talking about the ones that are lazy, the ones that know what to do, the ones that heard it but choose not to step forward, the ones that decide to stay behind that battle line and not step in that and not step into that field and get to work. We talking about the ones that are spiritually lazy. So we have to make sure that we are not this, because if we are this, because if we are lazy, if we are slothful, if we are sluggard, we can't. We still gonna be in that what? We still gonna dwell. We still gonna be in the, what? We can still remain in that carnal state. We still gonna remain in that fleshy side of the world. So we have to make sure that we are holding on to Him at all times, right? But we're gonna focus on the ones that are lazy. We're gonna focus on them that hear the word and don't do anything. So we're gonna start right here on the screen. We're gonna start at Proverbs 30, and we're gonna go down to 34. Right? Right here. I went by the field, which is what? I went by the land of the slothful, and by the vineyard of the man what? Void, which is empty of understanding. He ain't got nothing, right? Actually, let me go back and make sure we in here, right? That's slothful right here. That's slothful. What? Lazy, foolish, sluggard. Right? That sluggard brings you right back to slothful. What? Spiritually lazy, right? So what? That man gonna be void of understanding. 31. And lo, it was all grown over with thorns, which is that thorn, that desolation. What is what? That carnal, the carnal things, right? It's overgrown with all this sin. And same thing with needles. Had covered the face thereof, and the stone wall there was broken down, right? 32. Then I saw and considered it well, and looked upon it, and received instruction. Okay. 33. Yet a little sleep, a little slumber, and a little fond folding of the hands to sleep. That's what they do, right? The ones that got empty understanding, the ones that are gonna get the receiver, right? You know what I'm saying? Doing these things, you know what I'm saying, here, but don't what? They still what? Sleep, slumber? I'll put it up. I'll push it off. 34. So shall they poverty. Which is that poverty, right? It's deprived. They shall, so they, sorry. So shall they deprived come as one that traveleth, and they want as an armed man. Right? So what? They finna have all them thorns on them. They finna have all this stuff they hear in the word, but what? They disobedient. They being hardened. They fall on their arms and they what? They sleeping. They're not holding to the word. They're not proving themselves. They're not showing themselves approved, right? They're holding on to these. They're holding on to it because they receive instruction, right? They get these things of the man that has what? Empty understanding, right? That instruction, right? But they're not showing it. We're not showing ourselves approved. We're being disobedient. Because what? We supposed to sleep when we dead. Why we over here putting sleep or slumber? We over here being lazy. We get the things we're supposed to be getting, and we being lazy. We get instructions to, example, we get instructions to do something. Hey, Tree, go clean them dishes. You get that instruction to do. I get that instruction to do that. I could either do it now, or I get my little nap in. Okay, get my nap in. Guess what? I'm gonna get an angry mother coming up the stairs. Gail, go do them dishes. I told you that 2 hours ago. Oh, I got instructions. I got instructions. Now I'm mad over here. I got told to do that. I got told to go do them dishes. I got told to do them things. I got told to do that. But what I do? What I do? A little sleep, yeah, a little sleep, a little something, a little phone on, hand to sleep. That's what I did. But what? I could have took a little nap after I got done with it. After I got done with the dish. After I got done with the task I had to do at hand. But no, I want the heart to be disobedient, not do it when I was told. Cause what? I could have, I could have died right then. Cause we don't know when we supposed to die. That's the only time that JEHOVAH, the only time that God has given us, right? So whenever that time is, that's what's gonna happen. So anytime that you think you're gonna feel lazy, that you're gonna do these things, you never know. Cause that day you're gonna be lazy. That could be the last time. That could be your last day. So we always gonna remember that. We're gonna stay in Proverbs. We go to 10. Proverbs 10:7. The memory of the just is what? It's blessed. But the name of the wicked shall rot. Corruption, sinfulness. What? Guess what? The way of the wicked, right? You're gonna, I'm gonna put it off. Oh, so what? You're gonna rot. That's what? That's corruption. That's sinfulness. That you not stepping in, you not stepping into that word, you're not stepping into that light. What? You're slowly getting what? That that sin is still building. It's still getting on you. It's still doing this. Another example, right? Let's talk about food in the refrigerator, right? You got done cooking your nice little steak, rice, broccoli, some on the side, asparagus. You know what I'm saying, right? The just is gonna get in that refrigerator. The just is gonna get in that refrigerator. Stay cool, not, and be good, right? But the way the wicked, they gonna stay out. They ain't gonna get in that. They ain't gonna get in there. So what? They got all this time to get that corruption. What? That mold. That's not gonna be good. Not finna what? Finna have all that corruption, that sin on you. No, I don't want that. Right? He don't want that. He don't want that mold. Why? Let's go to Luke. Let's go to Luke 13:24. Strive to enter into the straight gate, for many, I say unto you, will seek to enter in and shall not be able. Because what? You was pushing that off. You was getting corrupted. You was getting all this stuff on you. You was getting mold on you. But what? That just they finna find that way. They can enter in. Because what? They was remaining in his way. They were staying in that refrigerator. They were staying with him. They'll stay in the refrigerator, being nice in his way, and what? Striving towards him, seeking him all the way, 100%. Because what? They can't mold. But the ones that want to stay out, know what I'm saying, stay in that room temp. Know what I'm saying? Got flies at the party. Got little gnats at the party, fruit flies at the party. Know what I'm saying? Touching you and everything. Oh yeah, you getting that corruption. You getting that mold. Then the maggots gonna show up. Then it's really gonna get jumping. Well, what? What you think you think you entering in? You think you entering in that straight gate? And what? And shall not be able. Cause what? You got that stuff on you. You got that sin on you. You can't get in there. No, it's not possible. You can't do that. It's not gonna work. So what we gotta do? Let's go to let's see. Let's go to Sirach or Ecclesiastes 5:7. So what? Make no tarrying, make no delay to turn to the Lord. And put not off from day to day. Don't put off. Because that day to day, that time you could have been in the refrigerator. That time that you could have been in that refrigerator to keep cool, putting the work, putting the time. Could you have been good? For suddenly shall the wrath of the Lord come forth, and in thy security thou shalt be destroyed, and perish in the day of vengeance. Make no tarrying. Don't delay to turn to him. Don't put off from day to day, because if you do, you will get destroyed. You thinking that you partying, you partying in a you over here partying in what? You not in the refrigerator. Oh, but you want to be in the cooler. You in your own little spot. You not in the Most High refrigerator. You in your own little cooler. Know what I'm saying? Little tucked off to the side. Got disco lights shining and everything. Being lazy. But what? You was delaying. Nah, I'm gonna do it later. You in your security. You in a nice bed of your own. Right. For suddenly shall wrath, shall that rage, shall that fury of the Lord come forth, and in thy security thou shalt be destroyed, and perished in that day of vengeance. So what? You gonna get destroyed, right? Cause what? You still gonna be dwelling in what? You still gonna be dwelling in that, in the ways of the world. You still gonna be dwelling in the ways of, and that's vanity, right? You're gonna be. Let's show right here actually. You're gonna be. Before we go, let's read that one more time. For suddenly the wrath of the Lord shall come forth in thy security. So where you think you most safe at? It's gonna be destroyed because you're not with him, right? You in that cooler, correct? All right. Let's go to Matthew 7:26 down to 27. 7:26 down to 27. And everyone that heareth these saying of mine, and doeth them not. And everyone that heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them not. You pushing them back. Nah, I hear, but I'm gonna wait. It's March. I'll wait a couple days. I'll do it. Know what I'm saying? I'll do it when the time, comes down to it. Know what I'm saying? When I really, nah, I'll sit here for a second. Oh, okay, you sitting here? All right, okay. Shall be likened unto a foolish man, which built his house upon sand, upon something that can easily be moved around, something that can easily be shifted. 27. And rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell, a great fall. Yeah, wrath came through. But what you decided to do? You decided to what? You decided to dwell. You decided to remain settled in what? In the ways of the world. You decided to remain settled what? In the ways of vanity. In the ways of flesh. You decided to stay there. You decided to stay a little cool. You thought you was good there. You thought you was nice and steady. But once that wrath came, then what? Gone. Destroyed. Real nice, real quick, real swift. Because you thought, oh, no, I'll put it off. Because what? Any time could be your death day. Any time could be your death day. So you might as well be putting in that work. So what? When that time comes, what? You was putting in that work. Don't dwell. Don't remain in that flesh. Don't remain there. Because if you remain there, you never know when that time could come. Because you don't do that. Don't do that. We can't do that. We gotta make sure that we grinding. We gotta make sure that we locked in. We gotta make sure that we hone in on what task is at hand. Gotta make sure that we fill ourselves up with that knowledge. We can't be empty. We cannot be empty. Because if we dwell here, we're gonna be void. We're gonna be empty. But we gotta make sure that we put in that work. Because what? Because you put it off. You heard the word. So right, let's go to Sirach or Ecclesiastes 35. Let me see. I got it right here. Yep, right here. Sirach or Ecclesiastes 35:4. Right? Thou shalt not appear empty before the Lord. So you putting off, right? You heard the word 2 weeks ago. those days that you didn't, that you decided you're gonna push it back, you know that you're empty, right? You know that you're not putting that work in, you empty, right? You're not sharing the work, you know that you're empty, right? You know you not open up the book, you not looking and asking questions, you know you empty, right? But that stacks up. That stacks up. Perfect example. Mark. Mark, right? Yeah, Mark. I think it's 7. Yeah. Mark 7:7, right? Howbeit, in vain, in worthless, vain, worthless. It's empty, void, empty, right? Do they worship me? Teaching for doctrines and the commandments of men. You over here saying, yes, God. Yes, he helped me. Yeah. Oh, amen. You learning something? You can really ask anybody that goes to a church that they said that they go on a regular basis. What'd you learn? They'll probably say the same thing. What'd you learn? Oh, you learned that? Oh, yeah. He do this. Where the precept at? Can you show me that? Nah, I don't read. Oh. Worthless. How you gonna say you learn this, you learn that? But that's just like math. How'd you get the answer? Where'd you do this and do that? You got them tests that say, oh, show your work. Show how you got this. You got this. Oh yeah, he did this. How you know that? Oh yeah, I was looking through here, through Mark. Oh, see, look, that's them showing their work. They putting in that work. But people in bills, what? They just say, oh, he did this. Where the work at? Show me the work. Show me where you got that from. Show me what you been doing. They're nothing. Void. That's what. They're not doing nothing. Right? They're not doing nothing. They're not getting closer. They what? They're going to appear empty before the Lord. That's what they're going to do. Plain and simple. Right. Let's go to Proverbs. Proverbs 4:19. It's being up. It's not putting in that work. Being lazy. Cause what they still gonna be dwell, right? They go if they dwell and push off that word, right? You know they still dwelling, right? They're still doing that darkness. They're still doing that sin. They're still doing that. So what? Proverbs 4:19. The way of the wicked. The way of the wicked is as darkness. They know not at what they stumble, right? They know not at what they stumble. Because they hear it, but don't do it. So they push it off, right? They still decide to stay in that darkness. So what? If you decide to stay in that darkness, you still the way of the wicked. Plain and simple. And what? You not know what you stumble at. Because what? You're not even realizing that the things that you could have got edified by for those 2 weeks that you decided to push it off, that could have helped you. But when you decide to stay in that darkness, you just still decide to stay in that carnal way. You decide to stay outside that refrigerator. And what? What you out here doing that? What you out here think you're doing things right? Oh yeah, we partying, yeah. Stumble, ooh. We out here 4th of July, ooh, stumble, ooh. We out here having birthday, ooh, stumble. We out here eating that ham, that pork back, belly back rib, ooh, strip. You don't even realize that. But guess what? If you was getting edified 2 weeks, if you was those 2 weeks that you decide to be empty, You could have get edified and realized that that's what we're not supposed to be doing. If you was asked a question, that's what we're not supposed to be doing. But you decided to what? You decided to stay outside that. You decided to stay outside the refrigerator. No, we're not supposed to be doing that. We're supposed to be seeking after him. But what? Those that decide to stay in our darkness, they can lay here and they don't think, oh, he was just crazy. Okay. Mark. Go back to Mark. Mark 7. Mark 7 and 9. Mark 7 and 9. And he said unto them, full well ye reject the commandments of God. You'll hear him when I do it. That ye may keep your own traditions. What? You gonna keep? Go ahead. Go ahead. You heard it. You know what you're supposed to be doing, but what? You still push it off, right? You rejected the word. That's what you did. Don't say you didn't, because that 2 weeks ago you could have been in the word, but you rejected it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Oh. But when your phone die, when your phone crack, what you do? You immediately get it fixed. Oh, but you can't immediately get habit to the word and follow the thing that can keep you alive and get one death and not die and bust hell wide open. What? Holding on to things that are carnal. Holding on to things that are temporary. But we can't hold on to the things that are easily give us that one death. Oh, my shoe got ripped open. Dang. Gotta get a new pair. You go get a new pair, not even in 3 hours time. You already outside in the car driving to the shoe store. Or what? Getting on your phone, going on Amazon or any app to get some new shoes. You get that real quick. But when it's time to something that's edifying and it apparently don't seem interested to you, even though the interested is that you get that what? You get that one death, but you decided to push off on it. Okay. So you're gonna be dead. Plain and simple. You keep your way, because guess what? Every time that you decided to do, every time that you push that away and you reject it, you still gonna be in that darkness. And what? You know not at what you stumble. You know not at what you stumble. You're not tripping. You're not tripping for no reason. You're not tripping. You're not stumbling for no reason. You in that darkness. Right? Go to James. We're gonna get to. I ran this before, but it runs right. It runs right what we talking about. We're talking about the lazy. We run right to it. James 2. James 2:26. And we're gonna pull something else out to read this one. For as the body without the spirit is dead, what? You're gonna be in that darkness. Plain and simple. You're not gonna have the word of God in you, because you rejected it, right? So faith without works is also dead. Remember what I was just talking about? How they worship him without showing works. They don't show where they got it from. Oh, I got it from church. Oh, what precept was that in? Oh, you're not showing the work. How you say you know it, but you? So faith and works is also dead. It's plain and simple. Plain and simple. And then we gonna get Proverbs with that too. Proverbs 21:16. Proverbs 21:16. The man that wandereth out of the way of understanding shall remain in the congregation of the dead. Read that again. The man that wandereth out of the way of understanding. Oh, you're gonna walk right past it. You heard it, but you're gonna walk right past it. Shall remain what? Shall still dwell in the congregation of the dead, separated from God, spiritually dead. Still being in that fleshly world. Still what? Still sitting on the couch eating grapes. Hearing it, but not putting in that work. Hearing it, but staying back. Standing right on the line of the what? Of that refrigerator, not stepping in, because what? You separated. Separated, right? You're being lazy. You're not want to put in that work. You're not want to do these things. Okay. And guess what? While you still sitting there being lazy and still decide to dwell in that way and still dwell in that darkness, You don't see it, right? Let's go to Matthew. Matthew 13. Oh, that's 14. Matthew 13 and 7. Matthew 13:7. And some fell among thorns, and the thorns sprung up and choked. Read that again. And some fell among thorns, and the thorns sprung up and choked them. You can hear the truth. You can do all these things. But what? It get caught by what? By those fleshly things, right? You sit and dwelling in that darkness. I want you to know. I know a lot of y'all know what straight jackets are. It's basically like a jacket that's literally has your arms crossed, like you cross your arms but have your hands at your sides, right? Like side of your ribs, right? And it's just wrapped around you. Now those are thorns. Those are the ways of this world, right? So you walking and you just strapped down. You just walking. Not thinking your arms just crossed, but what is that really? That's you getting choked up by this. That's you getting choked up, getting got by the world. You getting got by the world. What? You not taking the time to hold to His way. You being lazy. You decide to what? You decide to stay dwelled in this world. When that word comes, what? Because you rejected the first couple times, what? You gonna still decide to hold? Because what? You get choked up immediately. You get choked up immediately. I don't know what to say when that real word hit. When they start when they don't pull the 2 or 3. When they start running you precept by precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little. You get choked up. But what you hear, it, I bet we're gonna do it. We gonna do it. You go home and you sit down. You sit still. You don't pull out your phone. You consider it. Oh man, let's do this. And then what happened? You had a little sleep. You had a little final in the hands to sleep. Get choked up. You get choked up. Let's go to Matthew. Stay in Matthew. Oh, yep. Stay in Matthew right here. Go down to 22, right? Same. Another example. He also received the seed among the thorns. He is that here at the word, right? And the care of this world and the deceitfulness of riches choke the word and becometh what? Unfruitful. He also that received the seed among the thorns. What? He received that seed, right? He heareth the word. He hears it. He knows. Okay, okay, makes sense. Yeah. And the care of this world, and the deceitfulness of riches choke the word, and he become unfruitful. He become what? Unfruitful. Let me make sure. He come unfruitful, right? Let me make sure I'm saying this right, because I ain't trying to throw nobody off. He become unfruitful, right? Unfruitful, disobedient, unprofitable, sinful. He becomes that. Because what? He didn't decide to remove these things. He didn't decide to remove those things. No problem. I'll get rid of. Hold to the word. You know what I'm saying? Hop in that refrigerator. Cross that line. Get in that battlefield. Let's go. Yeah. But no. Decided to keep them arms crossed and keep it pushing. Because what? Just what? If you're not willing to receive that seed and strip it off and get that machete and dice through those thorns, dice through those needles. If you don't decide to do that and you decide to keep walking, you will get choked up by this world. Because what you want to be bound. You want to be attached to this word. You want to be attached to this world. You like the desire of this world. You love the things that are in it. You love to do these heathen holidays. You love to do all this stuff. You love to track yourself fast to the second death. That's what you love to do. That's your desire. That's your desire. You being unfruitful. You being unprofitable to the Most High. You being clearly disobedient. That's what's going on. That's what you're clearly doing. You sleep. Spiritually dead. Right? Okay. Let's go to second Esdras. Second Esdras 16, and we go to 77. And we're going down to 78. Woe be unto them that are bound, that are attached with their sins, and covered with their iniquities, like as a field that is covered over with bushes. Bushes. And the path thereof is covered with thorns, covered with all this stuff, covered with everything on this world, that no man may travel through. They decide they're going to stay there, right? It is left undressed and cast into the fire to be consumed, to be destroyed therewith. So what? You hold on to these ways. You get trapped. You try to move. You can't. You're stuck. I can't get out. So what? When that time comes and you get destroyed and you get cast into that fire, you get put down to like it's over. There's no other way. You get thrown away like the trash, never to be seen again. Burned, done for. You get thrown there and forgotten. That's what's going to happen. We say we're going to do these things. We say we're going to do these things. We say we're going to do this. We say we're going to do that. But where's the action behind it? Proverbs. Oh, past it. Proverbs. I'm going to pull this one right quick just to get some clarification, right? Proverbs 15:19. We're going to pull a little piece. Of that. The way of the slothful man is as a hedge of thorns, right? What? Again, being attached. He's going to be attached to this world. He's going to be attached to the sinful ways. He's going to be attached to that vanity. So what? Because he decided to push off the word. We shouldn't do that at all. Because we push off this word, we're gonna be attached to this world. This word ain't gonna like us. You're gonna be nice and fenced in, or nice and fenced in with the thorns. You're gonna be nice in. You're gonna be nicely fitted in where you think you want to be at. But what? He's gonna give you over to it. You're gonna be in that danger. You're gonna be in that desolation. But we shouldn't want that. But we do. We always say we want to do this. We always say we want to do that. We always say, oh yeah, it's time for me to do this, do that. Oh, okay, it's time for you to do this. We're gonna pull something to make sure ain't nothing getting around that. We're gonna stay in Proverbs, go 13:4. The soul of the sluggard, right? The soul of the sluggard. Sluggard, slothful, idle, foolish, spiritually lazy. Spiritually lazy. Right? The soul of the sluggard desireth and have nothing. But the soul of the diligent shall be made fat, right? what? Won't be able to get the spiritual nutrients. They think about doing it. They think about how they could do this, but never puts in the time to actually sit down and take time and learn of the word. Not take down and learn of God. Learn of what we got to do. Learn his statutes. Learn his commandments. Right? I know we all seen some. Let's put this in perspective, right? I know we all had people at our school, high school, middle school, going college, doing all these, right? Man, I'm just trying to make varsity, man. I'm trying to be able to be number one, be able to strive for my dreams, be able to do these things, get a car, right? Okay. You want to be on the varsity team? Man, I'm finna put that time in. I'm finna make sure that I'm doing these things right. Oh, you doing these things right? Yeah, I'm finna lock in, go to the gym. Oh, you saying all this, and then you go home and play the game all day. You desire to do these things, but you don't do them. What? Man, why am I not on the varsity team? Because what? You in the game 24/7. You watch your TV 24/7. You're not putting that time in to actually strive towards that goal. Man, I wish I had a car, man. Man, I wish I had a fast car. Work. Go work. What? How you gonna say you want to do this? They do this, do that, do that. You desire. You think, yeah, man. I'm gonna make sure we do this all the time. Put that, no, I'm saying, put that grind in. But you leaving work early. But you not taking the time to actually be able to get pushed more to what you actually want to do. Man, I don't know how I'm not doing it. Oh, because you're not putting that work in. You thinking about it, but you're not doing nothing about it. You're not doing nothing. You say you're going to do this, you say you're going to do that, but you don't do it. You think about it. You say it, but the actions ain't showing. You say that you do this, do that, do that. But where's the actions behind it? Show the work. Show the work. But what? The soul of the diligent shall be made fat. Right? The ones that are actually going to what? Train. The ones that are actually going to what? Be at work. The ones that are actually going to what? Make sure that they're doing everything right. What? Shall be made fat. Shall be made prosperous. Those are the ones that are actually going to what? Key in, lock in on the things that they got to do to make sure what? That they get that nutrients. To make sure what? That they get the thing that they push for. Because what? When they say it, they do it. Man, I got to meditate, push harder. What? Guess what? They do it. When they heard that word, guess what? They pushed forward. What? They stopped being lazy. They stopped being foolish. They stopped being idle. They stopped standing still and they actually started striving towards them. This is the same thing we got to do in this book. We got to stop. We got to stop that. I got to stop that too. I'm in that equation also. Don't think I'm not. We gotta stop being lazy. Because we never know when our death date is. We never know. So whenever that happens, I want to make sure that I'm putting that time in. I want to make sure I'm putting that work right then. Because if I'm not, I'm dead. I could have been spiritually empty that day. You think you want somebody that's gonna be lazy? No. Somebody that's spiritually lazy? No. So when we think about these things, when we know we gotta meditate, we gotta put in this work, we gotta show ourselves approved, we gotta do these things. Get to it. When we know it's the right way and the commandments of Him and the commandments of the Most High, we gotta do these things. We can't put it off. Because if we put it off, guess what? We put off the good and we bring in the bad. That's what happens. We push off the ways of the one death. But what if we push that away? Guess what? It's something that's always gonna be behind it, and that's the second death, and that's where we decide to stay in. That's where we decide to stay in. So what? Let's read that again. The soul of the sluggard desireth and have nothing. You think you'll do this, do this, do this. You gonna consider it, but you decide to remain sleep. But the soul of the diligent shall be made fat. But what? They gon' oh snap. Wait, that could happen to me? Oh, I gotta go. I gotta make sure I do this, do this. And guess what? They do it. They do it. Perfect example. We got about a lot of brothers not teaching. Yeah, man, gotta make sure I got my OBS right. Oh, you got all this stuff. But what? You still have nothing. You still have nothing that show. You still got nothing. You still got nothing on the King James Bible University channel. You still got no teaching that's coming out. What? You say you got all this stuff. Oh, I got the OBS right. I gotta do this right. I gotta do this right. Excuses, being lazy. But somehow, you still in Zoom. You still in the teachers going up. But you're not putting that work in. You're not putting that work in. You said you think you're dwelling in the refrigerator, but you're still dwelling outside of it. Right? We gotta be with the Most High, because the Most High, we with something else that we don't want to be with. We don't want to be with something else, because we with something else. We still in them thorns. We still wrapped up in this world. We can't be doing that. Let's go to John. We're gonna pull a little bit off of John. John 15. John 15 and 5. We're gonna put this part right here. Actually, we're gonna say the whole thing. Actually, no, yeah. Right. What do you say? I am the vine. Most High is the path. He's the way that we got to do. And you are the branches. We are his servants. We're gonna make sure that we are pushing after him 24/7. He that abideth, dwell. Guess what? You dwell in that refrigerator. You dwell in his light. And I in him. So we dwell in his light, he gonna be with you. Plain and simple. Gotta make sure we dwell in his light. The same bringeth forth much fruit. Bringeth forth much works. What? They thinking about it, they meditating about it, and they putting in that work. They being fruitful. For without me, you can do nothing. You outside the refrigerator, what you doing? You ain't doing that. You can't do nothing. So it's either being in the refrigerator or it's being on the couch or it's being in that cooler. Right there. It's either being in the refrigerator with the Most High or it's being in that cooler with nothing. So anything that is not God's word or his works is flesh. That's point blank. That's point blank period right there. If it's not of God or his words or anything that is good, and you still decide to do the bad and not hearken unto him and not hear his words, but still decide to stay on that sand, that's flesh. That's flesh. Go to Romans. Romans 1 and 28. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind, to a wicked mind, to do things which you are not covenant. He will give you over to what you want. He will give you what you want. He ain't finna chase you. He finna give you what you want. Because you doing everything wrong. You doing everything wrong. Give me over to your mind. To do those things that are not what? Needful, fitting. You're not fitting in. You're not fitting that refrigerator. You're not fitting there. So they're gonna give you over to the things that you decide to do. Cause what? He not for the taste. Cause what? He gonna give you the things you want, and guess what? He gonna leave you there. So while you stand over there in that cooler, think you safe for your own security, you will be. You're not making it in. It's plain and simple. So while you over here in that cooler, that cooler slowly getting wrapped around like a chest in thorns and needles, trapped, can't get out. Can't get out. Right? We're gonna go to Psalms. We're gonna show something here. Psalms 101. Psalms 101, 6 down to 8. Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the Lord, that they may dwell with me. He that walketh in a perfect way, he shall serve me. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight. I will early destroy all the wicked of the land, and I may cut off all the wicked doers from the city of the Spirit of God. That's sharp. Oh, that's sharp. So you thinking, God, please help me. Let me be able to do this work. Make sure I'm able to lock in. Make sure I'm able to do these things. You don't do it. You lie to yourself, but you're also just lying to yourself. And you're going to say amen, thinking that's going to get across. But you over here being lazy. Really? Really? And what you do, you decide to not do anything, not even open a book. The book's collecting dust on the bottom shelf. You're not even thinking about it. Or we're saying, oh, I got to put in this work. And then you're not going to do nothing. Really? I will early destroy all the wicked of the land, that I may cut off all wicked doers from the city of the Spirit of God. We're not putting that trust in man. We're not putting that trust in God. Sorry. We're not putting that trust in the Most High at all. We got to make sure that we worship God. We got to make sure that we put that trust in Him. Why? Right? Yeah, right here. Lost for a second. Philippians 3:3. Philippians 3:3, right? For we are circumcision, right? Which worship God in the Spirit and rejoice in Christ Jesus and have no confidence in the flesh. We got to trust in the Word of God. We got to trust in God. We got to trust in Him. We got to trust that He's going to have our foundation strong. We got to trust that when that time comes and we're holding on to Him and worship Him in spirit, we're going to be good. We're going to have that solid foundation because you remember we showed the sand. Guess what? We got to show the other side of it. The ones that's gonna stand that fridge, the ones that's gonna have that solid foundation by JEHOVAH, right? We're gonna go to Matthew, back to Matthew 7. We're gonna go 24, 25. Therefore, whoever heareth this saying of mine and doeth them, not going to be lazy. They're actually going to strive towards him and push towards that way and cleave unto him, right? I will liken him unto a wise man who built his house upon the rock. What? What? Removing all them thorns, dwelling in that refrigerator. 25. And rain descended, and the floods came, and the wind blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded on a rock. That rock ain't moved, because what? You on that foundation of what? The Most High. You followed the Most High. You heard the word, and you did it. You said you're going to do these things for the Most High, and you do them. Because if you're going to draw near him, guess what? He's going to draw near you. Proverbs 13, 14. The law of the wise is the foundation of life. To depart from the snares of death. Depart from the traps. Depart from those thorns. Depart from those needles. The law of the wise is a foundation of life. Because what that wise man, what he could do with them things, because of what? He followed the ways of the Lord. What? We gotta depart from those snares. We gotta depart from that. To what? To depart from the snares of death. Get away from those things. Get away from those that can wrap you up and trap you and get you that second death. We gotta make sure we get that one. We gotta make sure we get that one. Because if we decide to sit in that cooler and not that refrigerator, that cooler is built on sand. That cooler is built on the temporary things of life. That's a trap. That's a trap. Just waiting for it. Matter of fact, we might as well run that one back too. Run that one back too. Let's go down to 26. And everyone that heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them not shall be likened unto a foolish man. Think this man right here is gonna have that foundation of life. Think that he's gonna be on that rock? Think he'll be on that rock? No, not at all. Because what he built this house upon sand. He built it on temporary things of life. He built it on them snares. He built it on them traps, not realizing that he's in that cooler. And the thing that's vanity, right? 27. And rain descended, and floods came and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell great was the fall of it. That's what happened. That's what happens. You in the Word of God, right? You hear the Word of God. You do them. Make sure. Right here. So right here. Everyone that hears this saying of mine and doeth them not. You doeth them not. You're rejecting the word. You didn't hearken to it. You felt that prick and you decided to what? You decided to reject that word. You decided to still you want to be dwelled. You still want to be lazy and not actually do the work. You're a foolish man. You decide to still be trapped into this world, leading to your second death, right? But what? Therefore, whosoever heareth my saying of mine and doeth them. You remove those. You see these traps. You move away. You break free from those thorns that barely had you. And you follow him because he makes the perfect way. You'll be what? You'll be a wise man. Because what? You hearken unto him, you draw near to him, you make sure that we remove those bad things and make sure that we hold to his way. Because his way is the only way that can get us to that one death. Right? We're going to go to Proverbs. So we'll go back to Proverbs 19 and 15. Slothfulness cast into a deep sleep, and the idle soul shall suffer hunger. Right? The slothfulness casteth into a deep sleep. Right? Right? That's slothful. It's a waste, lazy, foolish, right? But idle, right? That's still bringing the sluggard and slothful. You're gonna be spiritually lazy. You still gonna be what? Folding your hands, little sleep, little slumber, right? So here's what I want. Here's what I want to show, right? A lot of us are like koalas. I'm gonna show a little brief thing that happens, right? Koalas, they sleep a lot. I'm gonna show y'all a video of what koalas do, because this is what most of us do when we don't hearken to the word of God. This is what most of us do that what? We reject the word, and we still gonna be tied up slowly until we what? We get dragged down to hell by those thorns. Because what? All those thorns are vanity, so we gonna go where that go, because we decide to hold to it. Because what? He's not gonna keep chasing you. So what? He's gonna give you over to what you want to be over with. Right? We're gonna show right here.
Koalas sleep up to 22 hours per day. Because of their low nutrition diets and sluggish metabolism, koalas must conserve their energy. Koalas spend about 10% of their day eating and around 90% of their time sleeping.
What? This is what we do. This is what the life of the lazy do. This right here is what the life of the lazy do. "90% of the time sleeping. 90% of the time sleeping. 10% eating. Cause what? Eating in the eating in the spiritual dictionary is what? Eat, consider. You consider you want to do these things. You consider it. But 90% of the time, you are not doing the work. You're not doing the work. You're not doing these things. You're not following the ways of God. You're not following his commandments. You reject them. You're asleep, spiritually dead. Because what? That time that you could have been towards the Most High, you pushed it away. You're rejecting it. What? You're going to be just like this koala right here, slump. Being tied up. Tied up. Tied up. Tied up. We can't do this. We can't do this. The crazy thing, this is how we were. This is how most of us were when we weren't in the truth. This is how we were when we were in those church buildings. This is how we were when we aren't following the word of God. This is how we are. This is what happened. This is what happened. This is what happens if we're not following the word. This right here. 24 hours in a day. 24 hours in a day. They sleep 22 hours per day. That means they give themselves 2 hours to consider the word and still not do it. Really? A lot of us are koalas. A lot of us that are here are still koalas. They want to acknowledge that though. They think they're doing the right thing. Obviously not. You sleeping 90% of the time. We can't do this. It's unacceptable. Because if you 90% time sleeping, that's 90% of yourself busting hell wide open. And that's what you're guaranteed to get. Because what? You not in that refrigerator. You getting moldy. You getting that. You getting that what? You getting that gray fur on it. You getting that gray food on you. So what? If you sleep half the time, right? You over here sleep half of the time. Let's go to 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians 15:50. 15:50. Excuse me. Now I say, their brethren, flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God. Neither doeth corruption inherit corruption. So all that little mold that you got on you, that sin, that sin, that flesh right there, the vanity things of this world, that can't inherit the kingdom of God. You will not be able to enter at all. At all. We got to make sure that we strip off this laziness. We got to get rid of that. We got to get rid of that. That key thing hits a lot of people, especially me. I got to make sure I get rid of that. Because that's 90%. 90% and 10% considering? No. We can't do these things. Because what? They desire to have nothing. That can't inherit the kingdom of God. So what we got to do? Let's go to Romans. Hey, everybody all the teachers pull this a lot. Romans 12:2. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by renewing your mind. Following his way, removing that laziness, removing that sluggardness, removing that slothfulness, removing that laziness. And hold to his way, that ye may prove what is good and acceptable, perfect will of God. We gotta move all those things. We gotta remove a lot of those things. What? Joshua. You gotta move everything, right? So we gotta hold this way, right? Hold on, let's go right here. Joshua 24 and 24. And the people said unto Joshua, the Spirit of God our God will we serve, and his voice will we obey. If we do not obey the Spirit of God, if we don't obey the Spirit of God, if we don't, wrath will be our future. If we don't hold his way, if we don't cleave unto him, if we don't do these things, second death will be our way. Second death will be everything that we don't want, but that will happen to us because we can't get around it. Deuteronomy 6:4 down to 6. Actually, no, not right here. Right here. It's 5 down to 6. And thou shalt love the Spirit of God, thy God, with all thine heart. With all thine heart. And what? With all thy soul, and with all thy might. We can't be lazy at all. We gotta love him with all. We gotta make sure we putting all this work in. Ain't no little bit. We gotta make sure we're doing it all. Why? And these words which I command thee this day. Not he didn't command to no. This day. We gotta put this work in now. Shall what? Shall be in thine heart. So when we get this word, and we gotta get all that out. We gotta go. We gotta go. You hear it? We gotta get running. We gotta get running. Because this is the only way that we can get that one death. This is the only way. The only way. We gotta make sure that we commit to his ways and only his way. Why? Psalms. Psalms 34:22. The Spirit of God redeemeth the soul of his servants, and none of them that trust in him shall be desolate. The Spirit of God restores life for those that trust in him, for those that hearken unto him, for those that are actually trying to change and not to be conformed to this world. Those who trust in him will not be left empty. So those who God guides will not be steered wrong. They won't be steered wrong at all. You want to know why they won't be steered wrong? He says it himself. I don't know. He says it in the book. I don't want to say it myself. He says it right here. My little show, I'm not even going to say it. He says it right here. They won't be steered wrong, right? Because what? God is my strength and power, and he maketh my way perfect. He does that. We don't do that. We don't do that. We don't at all. He does it. We don't make if we make our way, we're going on that sand. But if we follow him, he makes our way perfect. We fall on that solid foundation, that foundation of life. Right? Right? So what we gotta do? So what? If he's making that way so great for us. Sirach or Ecclesiastes 2:3. Cleave unto him and depart not away, that thou mayest be increased in thy last end. Until thy last end. Until we are done. Until we are dead. Follow on that foundation, that solid rock foundation. And cleave unto him. Don't let go. Because we got to make sure we seek him continually. We got to make sure we do this all the way. All the way. We got to do this all the way. I don't want to say it. It says right here. 1 Corinthians 16:11. Seek the Spirit of God and his strength, and seek his face continually. Continually. This road don't stop. His way don't stop. It's everlasting. It's forever. So we got to keep going forever until that time comes. If we end up if we end up dying at 60, dying at 70, dying at 25, dying at any time, dying at 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 120. You never know. We got to seek his face continually until that last end, no matter what. No matter what. So what we got to do. We got the last precept. We got the last verse, and we're going to skirt up out of here. With the last one, we're going to skirt up out of here. Let's go to Psalms 37:5. Commit thy way, thy path and customs. Commit to his way, the way unto the Spirit of God. Trust also in him, and he shall bring it to pass. But what right here? Trust also in him, because he will make this way so much better. Even though people gonna hate, people gonna say you doing this, you doing that. But what? They can hate all they want. But I know you feel that the Spirit of God has given you. I know you don't feel as sluggish. You don't feel like, oh, I don't want to do it. You get up and do it. Because what? God, the Most High, JEHOVAH has given you that strength, has given you that power. Because what? He maketh our way perfect. But what? We got to trust in him. We got to commit to his way. We got to seek his face continually. We got to cleave unto him. We cannot be sluggard. We cannot be like what? We cannot be these koalas. We cannot be in that cooler. We got to be in that refrigerator. We got to be nice with him. We got to be nice and cool with him. We can't have that mold on us. We can't have that sin on us. We can't. We can't be in that sleep. We got to get up. We can't be in that congregation of the dead. We can't be separated from God. Because if we are separated from God, and guess what? He's fed up, and he pushes us off to the side and gets us to what we want. We dead. We got to make sure that we get up. We got to make sure that we what? We dwell in him and not dwell in the ways of this world. We got to make sure that we rip off them thorns, get our machete, get our sword, and cut through it. Because what? God can make it go left, right, up, down, but it's always straight. But we got to make sure that we have we have him to get us through it. Because he is the only way. He is the only way for us to get through those doors. He's the only way. Any other way, you are dead. Second death. His way is one. So we got to make sure that we aren't lazy. Got to make sure we aren't them koalas. Got to make sure we make sure that we have that memory of the just and be blessed and be with him and not rot. We got to make sure that what? We don't sleep. We don't follow him. We can sleep when we dead. We can sleep when we dead. But if you get a chance to wake up for another day, put in that work. Don't be lazy. Don't delay it. When you hear that word, don't delay it. Get to it. We know what we got to do. We know what we got to do. We can't be sluggard. We can't be foolish either. Got to make sure that we get that knowledge and understanding from the Most High. Commit to his way. And also trust in him. Don't be lazy. Because lazy will get you killed. Get up and let's get going. Striving after his word so we can be able to enter into that kingdom. Dwell in him and don't dwell in the world. Plain and simple. So we got the life of the get right and the life of the lazy. We got to get right. We got to get right. But that's the end of this teaching. We got to make sure we get right, people. We got to make sure we get up. We can't be sleeping 90% of the time. We can't be sleeping. We can't. We got to make sure that we constantly eating his word, constantly doing these things. Because if we're not, what are we doing? We got to seek after him all the time. Seek his face, because he's the one that's going to give us that path. So I hope somebody was richly edified by this teaching. Can't be lazy. So I hope everybody's going to have a wonderful day. And I'd like to say, shalom, y'all. Let's get up out of here. Shalom.
And hey, up next on the mic, keeping it live, hey, with doctrine in his windpipes. Y'all done met him. Brother Dwight.
Heard that man say? Hey, and shalom. King James Bible University, the KJBU, is a place of learning dedicated solely to what thus saith the Lord our God, JEHOVAH. The KJBU is not connected to any external organization, be it Christian, Israelite camp, Black Hebrew camp, monastery, Jewish organizations, any organization that can be thought of in this world. The King James Bible University is not connected to it. The Word of God is not monetized under the umbrella of the King James Bible University, the house of the lost sheep of Israel, the house of JEHOVAH. It's free. We stand exclusively on the 1611 King James Bible with the Apocrypha. And the Apocrypha are the books removed from between Malachi and Matthew in the 66 version of the King James book used elsewhere. Here, all teachers at the King James Bible University, be it elders, evangelists, deacons, and teaching brothers, with this banner, are grounded strictly in the instructions and truth found within the complete 82 book version of the 1611 King James Bible alone. Our focus remains on rightly dividing the word of truth as it is written, without addition, subtraction, or outside influence of other worldly doctrines. So, with that, this is Brother Dwight, and we are going to be looking at the word fear today. So, let's just pop on into it and get it rolling. So, looking at the top right. Goodness. Just gonna make this a little larger for those that may have faint eyes. Oh, goodness. Fear. Spiritual Dictionary defines it as desire, dread, terror, reverence, doubt, horror, awe, and suspicion. Also rolls on down to feared, feareth, and fearful. All right, so ones that were not spoken, looking at fearful, daunted, dreadful, which dread is up there in fear, and terrified is from terror. Feareth respects, honors, and then feared, worshipped, entreated. Mm-hmm. Looking at the precepts of fear, I'm gonna run all three here. Here we go. And bottom right, oops. Bottom right, starting with Psalms 34 and 7, bottom right here. And it reads, the angel, the messenger of pertaining to the Lord, JEHOVAH, encampeth round about them that fear him, and delivereth them. Okay? Wisdom of Solomon 17:11. And Wisdom of Solomon 17:11, it reads, for wickedness, condemned by her own witness, is very timorous, and being pressed with conscience, that inner mind, always forecasteth grievous things. Next precept, 1 John 4:18. And it reads, there is no fear in love. Complete thought. But perfect love casteth out fear. Clarify. Because fear hath torment. Period. He that feareth is not made perfect in love. So, so he that respects and honors, or he that dreads, fits better. He that doubts or is in suspicion is not made perfect in love. So, just plug and play there. So, jumping back, the angel of the Lord encampeth. Let's run it. And just going to hit encamp. Oh, helps to spell it correctly. So, and the angel of the Lord besieged round about them that fear him, taking a strong hold on it, right? On the messenger of the Lord. Oh. And here we go. Gonna run this precept. Because the angel of the Lord encampeth round about them that fear him, and delivereth them. So, Deuteronomy 20:12. And if, providing it will make no peace with thee, but make war against thee, then thou shalt besiege it. So, lay siege to it. And for me, that's this flesh. JEHOVAH lays besiege to it and calm it down, bringing peace. Reason why I fear JEHOVAH. Getting back to that fear. So, running desire from fear. We're just kind of popping around here. And there we go. So, to take pleasure, wanting, hope, longing, craving, thirst, hunger, aspiration. Here we go. So, and we say here pretty often for fear, desire. That's generally the number one go-to, desire. So there's aspiration. And for myself, my desire is to live according to the Most High, JEHOVAH. That's my aspiration. And sincerely, I take pleasure in it, wanting it every day because it is my hope in the kingdom. My hunger every day. Some days even forget to eat. No big deal. Running the precept. Psalms 38:9. While we are already in Psalms, actually, yeah, just split this. Uh-oh, pass it. And it reads, Lord, all my desire, all my fear is before thee. So all of my dread, desire, horror, terror, and awe is before thee. Complete thought. Lost the mouse for a second. And my groaning is not hid from thee. Right? So, that displeasure, that that anguish rolling a little bit, that moaning, that sighing, the lamenting, there we go, is not hid from the Lord because he looks on the inward parts. And we could actually show that. 1 Samuel 16:7. Look not on his countenance or on the height of his stature, complete thought, because I have refused him. Clarified, for the Lord seeth not as man seeth. Complete thought, for man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart. So he knows my desire, my groaning. Both are not hid from him, because he looketh on the heart. Continuing. So, looking at one that loved, took pleasure in their child, Joseph, Israel and Joseph. So, Genesis 37 and starting at 3. Yeah. Yeah. Starting at 3. If I can get this to come on in and say that. And here it reads, now Israel loved Joseph. And if you love something, you take pleasure in that because it's pleasing. Continuing. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, his favorite child. Think of your favorite child right now, or that favorite thing that you enjoy. Continuing, because he was the most was the son of his old age. Clarifying, and he made him a coat of many colors. Verse 4. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him, and could not speak peaceably unto him. So, here we see the switch. They do not take pleasure in Joseph as Israel does. However, they hate him flat out, as we see. That's their desire. They take pleasure in hating him. They hope he leave. They want him gone. That is their desire. And this actually is shown later on, which we'll just go ahead and pop on down there to see that desire come to fruition. And here we go. Kicking it up. Same book, same chapter. Dog it. Just looking at 18 now. Looking at their desire, what they want to do. And here we go. And when they saw him afar off, so he walking up, Israel instructed him to go feed the flock with them. They were already there. He's on the way. And now they see him coming up. Even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. That's their desire. That is what they are wanting, thirsting to do. That's their aspiration. 19. And they said one to another, behold, this dreamer cometh. 20. Come now, therefore, for that reason. And let us slay him, and cast him into some pit. And we will say, some evil beast devoured him. Complete thought. Clarifying. And we shall see what will come of his dreams. 21. Desire switch. And Reuben heard it, and delivered him out of their hands. Complete thought. And said, let us not kill him. One voice. One voice. Because if you carry on it, it saves his life. However, that one voice, Reuben, taking pleasure to see his brother live, while the others are hoping for his death, actively planning it at this point. They desire that. They were not fearful of seeing his demise. They had no doubt that that plan was gonna work out, saying that some evil beast had devoured him. hmm That was their desire. hmm 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 Reuben clearly is the only one that remembered, feared the Lord, and recalled what he said, and not long ago, Exodus 20 and 13. As they were conspiring to kill, Exodus 20 and 13, thou shalt not kill. Clearly, they, Joseph's brothers, minus Reuben, who saved his life by speaking up, his brothers did not fear, reverence God, blinded by their desire to kill, to be rid of their beloved brother of Israel, their father. Mm. Let's take a look at kill. So, and to kill is to commit spiritual death, mortal sin, to destroy, right? Or to kill the flesh, to heal, right? To kill off leprosy or some illness. Mm. So, and they wanted to, looking at it surface level, commit that mortal sin. Reuben being the only one having heard it in the gathering amongst them as Joseph was heading toward them, was the only one that said, let us not kill him. And next verse, he also said unto them, shed no blood. Flipping it spiritually, shed no lifestyle, no spiritual death. Don't destroy the soul. Don't do it. Because Exodus 20 and 13, thou shalt not kill. Fear, desire to follow the spirit, not kill the spirit and live according to the flesh. Because that is spiritual death. Thought just came to mind. Romans 6:16, bottom right, came to mind. Know ye not that to whom ye yield yourselves to obey, his servants ye are to whom ye obey? Complete thought. Whether of sin unto death, or of obedience unto righteousness? This is the question proposed. And Reuben is sparing them from committing that sin unto death for Joseph, because that was their desire, to commit that mortal sin and destroy their brother. So, continuing the march down, looking at the fear. And while we're looking at the word kill and meaning spiritual death, and it's a precept for Exodus 20 and 13, that spiritual death is, well, killing, be it spiritual death, mortal sin, destroying, is looking at Exodus 20 and 14, that's committing adultery. And unfortunately, many take pleasure in doing so. despite knowing that it's committing adultery. Because, let's see. And they doubt God because of the flesh is overpowering the mind. And 1 John 4:18 tells us here, there is no doubt in love. No, there is no doubt in love. However, let's look at an example of those that did not doubt, but pushed through and continued maintaining the fear for God. And here we are, Exodus 1, picking it up at 13, going down to 20. All right, and it reads, pull that in a little bit. Ooh. Uh-oh. And the Egyptians, the people of bondage, confusion, made the children of Israel to serve with rigor. Clarifying, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage in mortar and in brick and in all manner of service in the field. Clarifying, all their service wherein they made them serve was with rigor. And we can run that real quick. That severity, that hardness, that harshness, that strictness. All right. So 15. And the king of Egypt, the king of bondage. Uh-oh. There we go. So the house of bondage, the king of bondage, spake to the Hebrew wives, midwives, excuse me, of which the name of one was Shiphrah, and the name way of the other was Puah. Clarifying, 16. And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife, so that role, to the Hebrew women, that guide, that spirit, and see them upon the stools in the vessel. Complete thought. If it be a son, that servant, then ye shall kill him. So commit that spiritual death. Surface, mortal sin. Running back to kill. So the king of Egypt is commanding the midwives to commit the mortal sin and destroy the Hebrew woman. This is his desire. He does not fear the Lord. Clarifying back at 16, after the clarification, but if, providing it be a daughter, a faithful follower, then she shall live. 17. But the midwives feared God. They respected God. So, feared, there we go, respected, honored, worshipped God, desire to please God, and did not as the king of bondage commanded them, but saved the men alive. That is what respect to God produces. Obedience. Continuing on down. 18. And the king of Egypt called for the midwives, and said unto them, why have you done this thing? And he saved, and have saved the men children alive? Question. And let's see what they say. And the midwives said unto Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not as comparing the Egyptian women. Complete thought. for they are lively, and are delivered ere the midwives come in unto them. And now, because they feared God and respected God, verse 20, therefore God dealt with them, with the midwives, clarification, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. Right? So, there's that. Respecting God, positive outcome. Let's take a look at what was spoken earlier about Pharaoh not respecting God. And here we go, pulling up now. Exodus 5 and 2. Speaking about this Pharaoh. And it reads, and Pharaoh, the king of sin, said, who is the Lord, that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? Question. I know not the Lord, neither will I let Israel go. Attitude. He does not fear the Lord. No respect, no honor, no worship, no desire. Yeah, yeah, just, yeah. But, just clear right here. I know not the Lord. No worship for the Lord, huh? And to know him is to respect and obey him. And yeah, he's not doing any of that. So, his desire is to keep Israel in bondage. And that is Pharaoh. That is Pharaoh's desire. And there we go. Abimelech. And Elder Carlos went through him. Saw his desire to please self. And as stated earlier, Pharaoh, king of sin, king of bondage. We see his desire, self, serving. I've been down this road, clearly. And my desire was definitely self-serving. And as we know, that was fornication. Yeah. Be it carnal, prior to it being carnal, it was spiritual, unbeknownst to me. Because, actually, let's get there. And here we go. Because, here we go. 1 Corinthians 12:2, bottom right. Ye know that you were Gentiles, carried away unto these dumb idols, even as you were led. And yeah, that's where I was led. Like many others, but we ain't gonna talk about it. This was a desire. Unbeknownst to us, we were led into it. Because this is what those that came before us feared. They respected, honored, and worshipped. These are the breaks. However, we are given a choice. Because Romans 6:16, that to whom ye yield yourselves servants to obey, his servants ye are, to whom you obey. I'm not in that building anymore, or doing the whorish activity I was doing anymore, or the worshiping of anything other than the Most High God Jehovah. That's it. That's all. My personal opinion, as it should be. So, and actually, he actually Deuteronomy 11. Yeah, here we go. And Deuteronomy 11, left side, starting at 1. And it reads, I'll pull this in just a little. Oh, yeah, can't go that far. All right. So, therefore, thou shalt love the Lord thy God, because keeping Romans 6 and 16 in mind, whom I choose to obey, that's whom servant I am, be it flesh as Pharaoh, the king of sin, who is self-serving, such as Abimelech, being that Pharaoh, or Deuteronomy, starting it again, therefore thou shalt love the Lord thy God, and keep his charge, and his statutes, and his judgments, and his commandments, always. 2. And know ye this day, clarifying, for I speak not with your children which have not known, because was there, didn't know. I was a Gentile carried away unto dumb idols, even if I was led, such as those that came before me, didn't know. However, the light came. Continuing Deuteronomy, and which have not seen the chastisement of the Lord your God, his greatness, his mighty hand, and his stretched out arm. Backing his bus up, that chastisement. Let's see. Oh, wait, here we go. That discipline. Here we go. That correction. That reproof, the scourging. Didn't know it. I was serving in the building, clapping hands, dancing, getting live music, and going home and fornicating, and defiling the body. That was my desire at the time, which, since I hit that point, let's back this bus up. And Romans, and here we go. Bottom right, 1 Corinthians 3, 16 and 17. And he says, know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? Question? I didn't know. And at that time, yeah, his word was not in me. I was getting a thumbs up from that man that I was, whose building service I was attending. Pick a building they call a church. I was at quite a few. Verse 17, and definitely didn't know this. If any man, male or female, defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy. Yeah. So, and looking at Deuteronomy 11 and 2, and know ye this day, for I speak not with your children which have not known, and which have not seen the chastisement of the Lord your God. So at that time, he wasn't talking to me at all. He ain't know me. Back at 1 Corinthians 3:17, after the complete thought, for the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are. I was so defiled at that time, and that was what I feared. That is what I desired. Defilement and whoredom. Yeah, that was my desire at that time, and took pleasure in it. And hang on. And Romans 1:32, who, knowing the judgment of God, that they which commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. And as stated, it was pleasure taken doing the defilement and whoredom. I ain't gonna hold you, meaning, if I'm honest, that's a little slang. I was told I need to explain a little more. That was what I feared, not being able to defile and whore around. Yeah. Uh, it was carnal chastisement. But yeah. Uh-huh. And well, here we go. This is Sirach 23 and 6. 6. Let not the greediness of the belly, that desire, nor lust of the flesh take hold of me. Complete thought. This is what I'm saying now. And give not over me thy servant into an impudent mind, a stubborn, stiff-necked, adamant head. Actually, I can go ahead and pull that up. Because that also comes with fear as well. I put in the wrong word. Being foolish, desiring to be stubborn, stiff-necked. You know? Here we go. Desiring to be shameless in my doing if I were to do that. Uh-huh. So, and just a quick uh summary of this, like to be shameless, um there are those that still tell others that it's okay to fornicate, it's okay to commit adultery, it's okay to, meaning sleep with someone else's uh, married partner, because the individual that was telling me that it's okay to do all these things so long as I paid tithe money, it's God says it's fine. Never showed me any verses, by the way. But I can show you some, because now, knowing the truth, let's put it out there. This is my passion, what I feel and desire. Because as we see and roll around this adultery, it's something sensual, devilish, dishonesty. Because when you're married, you're committing to the one individual that you are marrying. So why does fornication, that forbidden practice, become a desire? Mr. Shepherd that told me it's okay. However, the fornication, that forbidden practice, because Deuteronomy 23:17 clearly states there should be no whore. And this guy was a whore, since I said it. And as we know by now, I like that verse. Because as I said, my desire was to be a whore and a defiler. And 23:17, there should be no whore of the daughters of Israel. Here we go. Nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. And a sodomite, yeah, a fornicator. There you go. Being that male prostitute. There we go. Defiling the body. Not that one. Prostitutes with burning secrets. Heathen desires and secrets. And the level of prostitution. Well, I was about to say should have been getting paid for it, but it's it's against the Most High. Now knowing that I had an inkling, but yeah, dingy and fallen, given to lust. Yeah, this guy poor was the desire. That was the fear of not whoring and defiling. Moving forward, back to this adultery. So, back to the adultery here. At the top right, it's a breach of marriage, unfaithfulness, here we go, spiritual corruption. And I was following that idolatry, doing transgression and sin for fornication. And running the precept, Leviticus 20 and 10. And the man that committeth adultery with another man's wife. Now, that being male and female, looking at that wife being a spirit, woman, God, I was following that man's guidance, spiritual guidance, he was killing me because that was the spiritual death he was doing to me, and is still doing to plenty others. And that actually goes broadly across the world, and we can look at that in a moment. But let's continue this. Even he that committeth adultery with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. Mm. So now let's look at this. That was a desire as well, that whoredom, to commit the adultery, that spiritual adultery, with that man's wife, that guidance of the world, this flesh. And let's look at this. So, looking at how many Christian organizations, which is not the law of the Most High God Jehovah, and it reads from Google, there are over 45,000 Christian denominations and movements globally, according to the Center for the Study of Global Christianity. So, meaning all those movements are considered Christian as well. While estimates range widely depending on how denomination is defined. The vast majority are independent, local, or Protestant groups, with projections suggesting the number could reach 64,000 by 2050. Interesting. However, key details right here. Total count. Recent data from 2023 estimates 47,300 denominations and rites worldwide. That is crazy work. I ain't gonna hold you. That is crazy work. And all of those are killing those seeking Jehovah. Because this is what they desire to do. Go about, actually, rather than me just quoting it, go about creating their own righteousness, have forsaken the righteousness of the Most High. And here we go at the bottom right, Romans 10 and 3. For they being ignorant of God's righteousness and going about to establish their own righteousness, have not submitted themselves unto the righteousness of God. And over 47,000 total count denominations have not gone about to submit themselves unto God. Crazy work. So while I was listening to that individual that desired, was only doing it all for the fear of not having that tithe money, never told me that I was the temple of God. Never said that. But definitely said I should pay my tithes on time. Pimpin', 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 pimpin'. Genesis 2 and 25, looking at this function, uh, and they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. That was me. Me in this flesh. Out here buck naked, whoring around and defiling. You couldn't tell me nothing because who I was following, that whorish spirit was thumbs up and it all, saying it's fine. It's fine. You good. You pay your tithes, it's fine. Naked and not ashamed. Foolishness. That was a sincere desire to continue in that way of life. Oh, drowning out the pain that was going on. Whew. I mean, sincerely, just spiritually dead and killed by one that was committing adultery against the Most High. And oh, let me get there. was 100% Gentile. That was me, carried away unto these dumb idols. And I was following that dumb idol, smoking granddaddy purple marijuana, nicotine cigarettes, vaping, spiritual fornication, as mentioned, the carnal fornication, just even if I was led, because those individuals were telling me it's all fine. It's all fine. Jesus paid it all. Referring to the prophet that was flesh and blood as you and I are this day. So while all that was going on, actually let's get here. So running it down was a Gentile led into defilement by that dumb idol, was out here naked and not ashamed. Many do this naked walking around the house. So flip it spiritually, naked and not ashamed, doing all sorts of sin, was earning that spiritual death. Looking at Leviticus 20 and 10, doing that adultery against the Most High, believing that a man died for all the sins that I was committing. That was my desire, and took pleasure in it. Numbers 23:19, God is not a man that he should lie. And he clearly said back here, the man that commit adultery with another man's wife, that spirit, he that committeth adultery with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. Back to Numbers 23:19, neither the Son of Man that he should repent. And the woman that was telling me, the self-appointed shepherd, that was telling me it's all fine as long as I paid them tithes. Titus 1:11, whose mouths must be stopped, who subvert whole houses, teaching things which they ought not, for filthy lucre's sake. This is their desire, what they fear, that filthy lucre, which is that rent. So, literally, just for the money, whatever said. And so story time. The last one before dumping all the buildings. This individual told me while I'm sitting there searching for JEHOVAH, the truth, trying to see what it is I should do to live and have peace. He asked maybe 2-3 questions, primarily figuring out who I was beyond my name, what tithe money I was associated with. Upon discovering and having that solidified, and asked, how long had it been since you'd been coming to service? Because was MIA for quite some time. I ain't gonna hold you, which that should have been the move the entire time. But upon hearing that it had been years of not being in there, and I had recently paid tithes, sent it through my mom, and it made it to the ledger. I don't know. But upon discovering that it had been years and all those weeks had gone by and no tithe money had come in from me, oh, you If I could have seen the money symbols popping up above his head like it was sparklers, and Jack in the Box popped out, right? And his eyes rolling back like the slot machine just hit a jackpot. Surprised that his mouth wasn't salivating. Maybe he was holding it in just to hold his composure. This man, with the Bible closed, because it was closed the entire time, even though I came for spiritual advice, no big deal. Left hand on the closed Bible, leaning on the right elbow, leaned over the desk just a little bit while remaining in the seat. Just kind of tilted his head down a little bit. Might as well have just tilted them glasses all the way to the bottom of the nose so he can look over him and get naked eyeball to naked eyeball. And this man said to me, "You know you owe God, right?" At that moment, I clearly knew his desire. That was it, right there. Filthy lucre. That issue is what he wanted. That's it. That is sincerely all. And to this day, that individual, among all those in the 47,300 denominations, can't even count the individual buildings erected throughout the world, just gonna lump them into those denominations. All of them are after that same lucre, that covetous gain, that profit. That is their desire, to have the wealth of mammon, unjustly earned. And that mammon, they are for the streets, the money of this world, earthly wealth, that gold and silver. And all the while claiming to do it for God, because this is what he told me. Him and all the other ones, they keep God's name on their lips, but yeah, like in the opening of this video, Hebrews 9:24, Christ is not entered into buildings made with hands. So they are stealing his glory. Isaiah 42:8, he tells us, "I am the Lord, the Spirit of God." Complete thought, clarification. That is my name. That is his way. More clarification. And my glory will I not give to another. So, to every one of you shepherds, Mr. Shepherd, the Lord is telling you. He's telling us all right here. That's his way. That's his name that you stealing. Exodus 20:15, thou shalt not steal. And all those that you are killing with that false message. Exodus 20:13, thou shalt not kill. Throw 14 in there as well, because you're doing both. Thou shalt not commit adultery, lying with the spirit of flesh. Back to Isaiah 42:8. Neither my praise to graven images, because he taught me how to be an idol, that graven image, to do whatever my flesh lusted after. And all the running my mouth, we all clearly know at this point what I was lusting after. That is what they fear. That is what I feared. The carnal riches of mammon, that gold and silver, that substance of this world. Flesh and paper. That was it. Flesh and paper. So while looking at this mammon, gold, and silver, Haggai, left side, Haggai 2 and 8. And this is the Lord telling us, the silver is mine, and the gold is mine, said the Lord of hosts. This is the first thing his prophet told me when truth hit and I was introduced to the body. The silver is mine and the gold is mine, said the Lord of hosts. So, Mr. Shepherd, all y'all that told me and are telling everybody else out there that silver and gold is tithe money and it should be given whatever percent and love tokens and chats and whatever else y'all got out there for, matter of fact, yeah, passing that plate and that card machine around. Let me show you that.
Why do ushers still walk pew to pew, collecting cash when there's a Way Genius solution? Just pass around a wireless credit card scanner. Quick tap, donation done. It's 2025, not 1925. Churches could double donations and skip the awkward fumble. Giving could be as easy as buying coffee, so this technologia deserves a like.
Mm-hmm. That's what they care about. And they got that device to expedite the situation and get the money faster. Thankfully, that affliction brought me into the light. Or rather, it started the path and brought me to this place. And yeah, upon hearing the first lesson from Pastor Johnson, who's hilarious, by the way, if you're listening careful enough, which that was my desire. I found him humorous, especially when he ain't said it in a while, but for the goats in the back. That was me. I was one of the goats in the back. Didn't even know it. Because as he was dropping 1 Corinthians 3:16 to 17, I dare say I was just finishing some granddaddy purple marijuana. And I was like, ooh. Didn't even know it. I was one of the goats in the back. That was hilarious. Still is hilarious. However, Haggai 2, verse 9 now. The glory of this latter house, this vessel that is currently speaking to you right now, shall be greater than of the former, said the Lord of hosts, clarifying, and in this peace will I give, this place will I give peace, said the Lord of hosts. And he don't lie. That is 100% accurate. There is much peace. Despite what the individuals that established a slot in the memory bank of this vessel along the way have done and said, it is JEHOVAH that cleanses, it is JEHOVAH that brings peace, it is JEHOVAH that proclaims the end from the beginning. Literally. Knows my desires, knows my groaning, knows my going. It's up to me to use this fear, this reverence, this desire, this passion that I have for the Most High to reach out for others, to come get this love, come enjoy this pleasure, come enjoy this passion, and a little bit of suffering, but he tells us in Sirach 2 and 1. Here we go. Sirach 2 and 1. My son, my servant, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. There's going to be a little bit of suffering. However, It's just the furnace. What you gonna do? What am I gonna do? Am I gonna obey, or will I turn back and forbear like the individuals that told me, you know, you owe God, right? To the shepherds out there, you know you owe God that vessel, right? And for every vessel, you must give account for, right? So, Sirach 2 and 1, as his son, enduring the chastening, and that temptation, that's the furnace, resisting that shame, well, shameful manner of life, living according to the flesh. For me personally, that was being a whore. And consider your personal furnace. Resist. Resist. James 4 and 7. Submit yourselves therefore to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. And following that passion, resisting becomes easier and easier. It becomes pleasure to see which way he coming from, and then boom, you're done. Cut him off. And that includes inordinate affections. So that way I won't be around here walking around spiritually naked. That won't be a thing. So join me and plenty others following this passion, this desire, fearing the Most High, and not giving in to the flesh to fear it, to reverence and respect it, for whatever it may be it the filthy lucre, fornication, any manner, with self, another, or a church building. Desire the sincere word. Resist the devil. And with that, I thank you for your time. This is Brother Dwight. Shalom, y'all. Shalom.
Yes, sir. We still moving. And up next, Brother Levonaire.
Shalom, shalom, everyone. I want to thank you for joining me today. This is Brother Levon Thomas. I am a student here at the King James Bible University in the House of JEHOVAH. I'd like to make this very critical announcement. We here at the King James Bible University and the House of JEHOVAH We are not affiliated with no Christian organization, no Christian doctrine. We are not linked to any buildings where people rent out back rooms and calling it a church. No outside influences or influencers. No camps, nor street or corner boys. We here at the King James Bible University hold strictly to the King James Bible 1611 with the Apocrypha. So now, since that's been said, I want to continue with this lesson called The Whorish Woman Part 2. The Whorish Woman Part 2. Now we're going to keep going with this from last week. So, let's start off. Let's go to Deuteronomy. Go to the law. Deuteronomy. Chapter 9. And verse 6. Deuteronomy chapter 9, verse 6. Excuse my voice, y'all. Weather keep changing every day in the city. But Deuteronomy chapter 9, verse 6. And it reads, Understand, therefore, that the Spirit of thy God giveth thee not this good land to possess it for thy righteousness, for thou art thy perfection and beauty, a stiff-necked people. Okay? So, understand therefore that the Spirit of God, the Lord, that God giveth thee not this good land to possess it for thy righteousness, for thou art a stiff-necked people. So, a lot of times let's find out really what this stiff-neck is, so we can know. Stiff-neck. See? Still stubborn, disobedient, self-willed, obstinate. Still stubborn, obstinate. Look, it's moving the same way. Look, obstinate, stubbornness, stubborn. Look at stubbornness, stubborn, stiff-necked, hard-hearted, rebellious, disobedient. See, we won't be disobedient, we just want to do what we're supposed to do. Rebellious, going against God. Look, all this ties to the stiff-neck. All that ties into being a stiff-necked people. So let's go drop down. Deuteronomy chapter 9 and verse 7. It says, Remember and forget not how thou provokest the Lord, the Spirit of God, of thy God, to wrath in the wilderness, from the day that thou didst depart out of the land of Egypt, of the house of bondage, until ye came to this place, ye have been rebellious against the Spirit of God. We have been rebellious against the Spirit of God. From the day that thou didst depart out of the land of Egypt, house of bondage. So we're still dealing with this whorish woman. So let's see how this whorish woman operates. Let's see how it operates. Let's go to Exodus. Exodus chapter 20 and verse 8. And it reads, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Remember that. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, to keep it separated. Let's go to verse 9. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. Verse 10. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Spirit of thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work. Thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. Verse 11. For in six days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Spirit of God blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. He separated it. So mind you, all this that he did, this is for the Sabbath day. So he's supposed to be keeping it separated, a separated day to the Lord. So let's get some examples. So if we know all this right here, and what it reads, why can't we keep the Sabbath day holy? Because I remember when it comes to black people's funerals, you can't tell us nothing. I remember funerals was always on a weekend. No other day. For some reason, it was every time. You go either family members, friends' funeral. First thing the preacher say is, God called her or him home. Or her have received what? Her angel's wings. I used to hear it all the time. She's gone home and received her angel's wings. God called her home. I remember my Aunt Gloria passed away, and I'm in a church sitting there just waiting for the preacher. I'm sitting there waiting for the preacher to say it, sitting there. Boom. And there you have it. He said it. God called her home. She's in heaven. She's in heaven now. She's in heaven right now. And I was the type of people you never wanted to go to funerals. So recently, here my dad passed away. My mom said she was having a funeral on a Wednesday. Keep this in mind, on a Wednesday. Man, most people lost their mind. You know, my mom called people, tell them the information about the funeral, saying we having it on a Wednesday. They said, it's on a weekday? She said, yes. Many said they couldn't come. Why? because it wasn't on the weekend. They all wanted to turn up. You can't turn up on a weekday. Then she told them, she hit them with this. She said, this for all the Christians. She said, it will be no repast, meaning no food. And many people backed out of this. They didn't want to come. They said they couldn't make it for some reason, but I know the reason why. Because when you have no food and on black people's funeral and no repast, they're not even showing up. So many of them backed out because of that. But I remember I wasn't no different. I don't like going to funerals. And as soon as they, man, I used to say, oh man, I don't really like going to funerals, man. You know, that ain't my thing. You know, at the end of the service, man, soon they said, hey man, there's gonna be food there. I said, food? Man, my whole demeanor changed. Food? Okay, man. I'm gonna try to make it. Even if it's on a Sabbath day, I'm gonna make it. Why? It's food there. Food. All that to say, what they said, man, you know what kind of food gonna be there? I said, what kind of food's gonna be there? Man, they said chicken. Soon as they said chicken, I said, I'll be there. Did I really want to go to the funeral? No. Actually, most people don't even care about going to funerals. Not for that person. They either want to turn up because it's a weekend, or they can get, drink, you know, have a good time, eat, do all this stuff. They don't care about no funeral. I was the same way. As soon as they said food, my whole mind changed. Man, look, I'm coming. Food downstairs in the basement, they got what? What else? Man, pop, drinks, food, chicken, potato salad. I'm like, man, don't sweat it. I'm there. On a Sabbath. So, I have two questions for everyone who's still dealing with this whorish woman. If God said, keep the Sabbath day holy, separated, why do we continue to attend and have funerals on a Sabbath day? I just went over there to Exodus. What? Exodus. Chapter 20. Verse 8. Remember, the Sabbath day, and keep it holy. Keep it separated. So how are we keeping it separated when we attending funerals and having funerals on the Sabbath day? Question 2. If everyone from us to preachers, I mean, I heard many people say it, everyone is in heaven. Everyone's in heaven. So God lied. So God must have lied. I'm talking about everywhere I go. Auntie TT's in heaven. They got the angels' wings. They up in heaven. T-shirts being made. With Big Mama on the back of it. Everybody's in heaven. So God lied. So when you go to what? Isaiah. Let's go to Isaiah. Isaiah. Let's see. Chapter 5, verse 14. Excuse me. Therefore, hell have enlarged herself and opened her mouth without measure, and their glory, and their multitude, and their pomp. That pomp. See that? And he that rejoices shall descend into it. See that? They pump. The teachers did the teaching about that pump. The those high heel pumps. But it says, therefore, hell enlarges them. So how's everybody in heaven? Because to me, as you can see, they keep making churches after churches. Hell enlarges them. Church after church, and they still doing funerals on the Sabbath day. Still doing funerals on the Sabbath day. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go to Revelations. I hope my voice get a little bit clearer. Revelations. Revelations, chapter 20. Revelation chapter 20, verse 6. No, I'm sorry about that, y'all. Wrong verse. Revelation 20, verse 10. Sorry about that. Revelation chapter 20, verse 10. It says, and the devil that deceiveth them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophets are, and shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. The false prophets in what? Everybody's in heaven. So they're saying God lied. But right here telling you, and the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone. Right here. So how's everybody in heaven? So either we're going to believe man or what thus said the Lord. Right here telling us where the beast and the false prophets are, and shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. So here we go. Here we have another problem. Like a lot of us, we like going back to revisit the dead in the graveyard. And what we call it? We call it Memorial Day. In our mind, we going back to revisit dead bodies, dirt. Why? Why are we going back visiting dirt? Why? We call that Memorial Day. We got our own memorial. Visiting dead bodies in the grave. But when you go to Mark, let's go to Mark. Mark, chapter 7, down to verse 13. Look at that. Making the word of God of non effect through your traditions, which ye have delivered, and many such like things do ye. So we're making them about what? Own traditions. Memorial Day. Memorial Day. Something that we came up with, going back to the grave, visiting dead people, people who have passed away. Why are we doing this? Let's go to 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians chapter 2 and verse 5. That your faith should not stand in the wisdom of men, but in the power of God. See that? That your faith, my faith, should not stand in the wisdom of men. Memorial Day is the wisdom of who? Men. Who came up with that? Man. But watch this. God got one memorial. He have a memorial. See, man memorial time, I'm going back and visiting dead people. Ooh. God got a memorial. Let's find out. Let's go to Exodus. Let's go back to the law. Let's go to Exodus. Exodus chapter 3 and verse 15. It reads, and God said moreover unto Moses the truth, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has sent me unto you. This is my way, my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations. Not going back visiting no dead bodies. Are we serious? I'm gonna go back to the gravesite and visit Uncle Bert. Why you gonna go visit Uncle Bert? He's dead. He's gone. You go back to that body, there's nothing there. It's just a dead corpse. Going back putting flowers on dirt. Then some people out there talking to him. Got benches, setting up benches, sitting with chairs, talking about, yeah, you know, my life been going on without you. You know, I miss you, Uncle Bert. What's wrong with us? Yeah. Let's see some more. Let's go some more. Let's find out some more. Let's go to James. Let's go to James. James chapter 2. Drop down to 26. It reads, For as the body without the spirit is dead, so faith without works is dead also. So he's showing you, look, faith, you got all the faith in the world. Without no works, it's dead. Just like the body without the spirit is dead. Remember that. So why are we going back to the grave? The spirit is gone. If no spirit is in that body, the body is dead. That's why when dead people die. Once the spirit gone, what happens? Rigor mortis set in. The body start getting cold. Blood start flowing. They stop breathing. Everything shut down. Eyelids really can't close. If it get caught like at a certain length, they gotta force it down. Why? It's not operating the body no more. Spirit gone. It's just a dead corpse. Cold, dead corpse. So why are we going back visiting dead bodies? It's pointless. We're going back visiting dead bodies. So let's see. Let's go to. Let's see. Let's go to. Let's go to Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12. And verse 7. And it reads, Then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return to God who gave it. So the body is going back to the dirt. So why are we visiting dead bodies on Memorial Day? Well, we just seen what God Memorial was. Remember his way. Let's go here. Find something else out. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon. See, Wisdom of Solomon. Chapter 2, verse 1. And it reads, "For the ungodly said, reasoning with themselves, but not aright. Our life is short and tedious, and in the death of a man, male or female, there is no remedy. Neither was there any man known to have returned from the grave." Telling you right there. There is no man returned from no grave. So why are we going there talking to dead bodies? Dead bodies. So where we get this from? Who we getting this from? Let's see. Let's go to 2 Peter's. Go to 2 Peter. 2 Peter's chapter 1. And verse 21. And it reads, "For the prophecy came not in the whole time by the will of men, but holy men of God spake as they were moved by the Holy Ghost to separate bodies." So the prophecy came not in the whole time by the will of man. See, these men with these false prophecies telling you that you have funerals on the Sabbath day, everybody going to heaven, trying to fill these prophecies of the will of man. Man's wisdom. But it said, but holy men, it changed. Look, holy men of God spake as they were moved by the Holy Ghost. See, not man's prophecy. All these prophecies they giving you. Yeah, everybody, man, everybody going to heaven, so we can do whatever we want. The law is done away with. And Jesus is paying for our future sins, so we can do whatever we want. What? No. Find out. Let's go to. Let's find out some more example. Because you know that, well, tradition of men, look, so if we want to keep the tradition of man, wisdom, by holding on to Memorial Day, then that's the work of a whorish woman. That's the work of a whorish woman. Let's keep going with let's keep giving some more examples. Real time. All we doing is in real time. Matter of fact, let's do it. We're doing this in real time. Find out something. Hold on, we'll do this. I'm just gonna do this real fast. Just to show what that was. Memorial. Look at that, a remembrance. A remembrance of his way. Not no worldly Memorial Day, going back visiting dead bodies, dead corpse. Well, we gotta wake up, y'all. Come on, y'all, we gotta wake up. And I'm included too. Cause I was doing it. Remember? I was going about eating. As soon as I said go to the funeral, oh, you said food there? I'm there. No questions asked. But when no food there, I'm not going to a funeral. Like, what? Food there? I'm there, even on the Sabbath. But now, I know different now. You know, no funerals on the Sabbath. It can be on a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, as long as it's not after 6. But before then, you have it. But it's funny how they want to have, what? You ask them about having funerals on Sunday, man, looking like you crazy. Like, man, why y'all do it on Sunday? Well, man, that's my worship day. Well, I'm not having it on Saturday, that's my worship day. Oh, man, come on, this is weekend. No, you ain't giving up your day, and I'm not giving up mine. So, hey, you want me to come to the funeral? Have it on a Sunday throughout the week, I'm there. But if you want to change that and say, nah, I'm not changing for you, have it on a Sabbath. Well, I will not be there. I can't be respected in flesh. I don't care who it is. So, let's get some more examples of this whorish woman. And men, you know women in your family, or if you're married, or if you know, it's always that one or more woman in your family, or that you know, that want to be all in your business, especially when you're married. You know, trying to give advice, you know, about your household. And they ask these women that try to give you advice to other women about your household. They're not even married themselves. They don't have a man, or they're not even married. But they're going to try to give you advice to your, what, wife about your household. Girl, don't do that. He didn't do what? Wait. He didn't do what in 3 months? He ain't bought you nothing in 3 months. Girl, you better hold out. No, I won't give him nothing. Don't give him none, girl. You hold out. If you gotta go sleep on the couch. What? Sleep on the couch? Why she all in my business? But if you listen to that, let's go somewhere. Tell my girl, I wouldn't put out. If he ain't buy you nothing, he ain't bought you nothing 3 or 4 months. Girl, don't put out. Don't put out. Really? All right. Let's see. Let's go to 1 Corinthians. First Corinthians, chapter 6, down to verse 19. So, that girlfriend telling your wife little things of what to do, don't hold out, whatever the case may be. They might be telling you something, girl, don't do this, hold out, don't give yourself up. What? You're not even married. Watch this. What? Know ye not your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, which ye have of God, and you're not your own? The body don't belong to you. The body don't belong to you. It don't belong to none of us. And you think you gonna hold out because a friend trying to give you advice and they're not even married? No man, no nothing. They ain't had a relationship in what? Years. They by themselves, they gonna give you advice. It reminds me of that Steve Harvey, married 3 times, gonna have a book out, trying to tell you how what people do who's married. Please, you're on your 3rd marriage. Anyway, let's go to 1 Corinthians, stay in 1 Corinthians, and let's go to chapter 7, and verse 4. And it reads, the wife hath not the power of her own body, but the husband. And likewise also the husband hath not the power of his own body, but the wife. So these bodies don't belong to us. So what does that mean? Hey, the wife says, she want to do something, then hey, we got to do it, or vice versa. If I want something, do something, do our little thing, she ain't got no control of her own body. We're seeing it right here. That's why we jump up to what? Verse 2. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 2. It says, nevertheless, to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband. That? Then jump down to verse 5. 1 Corinthians chapter 7 and verse 5. 5, it reads, defraud ye not to one another, except including be with consent for a time, that ye may give yourself to fasting and prayer, and to come together again, that Satan tempt you not for your what? Inconsistency. But look what it said. Including be with consent. Let's see. I'll get a full understanding of this. Look at that. Agreed. It's got to be agreed upon. See? Let's go back. See? Defraud not you one another, except including be with consent for a time. Meaning what? Man, you can't keep making the same excuse, saying I'm a little tired, or something going on. No, we agree upon it for a day or two, but you can't keep using that same excuse. You can't keep using it. That's why I said consent for a time. For a time. So you can't keep saying that same excuse. Why? Go right down here, but come together again for Satan tempt you not for your what? Inconsistency. And we let's go to it. Find out what all this is. So we'll get some clarity. Right here. Look at that. Inconsistency. Dishonesty. 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 So what? Go back here. See? And come together again as Satan to be not with your dishonesty. Knowing good and well you ain't tired. Or you ain't been tired for no 2 days. Or something in 2 days. You just told me I must have did something to you. And you like, man, nope. Nah, we can't play that game. It's standing right here. It's for a time. It may be a day I agree with it. But hey, look, you know, we agree upon this for this day. You say you tired? Cool. But next day, day after that, no. Right here. Come together again. That Satan take me not for your dishonesty. Dishonesty. That goes both ways. Husband and wife. Both ways. So we think we're going to hold out or do whatever? You know that's sin? Oh, yeah. That is a sin. But, once again, that's the works of a what? A whorish woman. As a matter of fact, let's see. Look at that. That's a what? Whorish spirit. Busybody. Busybody. Listen to your friends. All in somebody else's business. Don't know what's going on. So I tell you something about your marriage. That's a busybody. That's what you gotta. We go right there. I do that. Go over there. Telling us, 1 Timothy, chapter 5, down to 13. And it reads, and withal, they learn to be idle, wandering about from house to house, see, the body to body, and not only idle, but tattlers also, and busybody, speaking things which they ought not, telling you, girl, hold out, put them on the couch, put them in the doghouse, in the backyard, wherever you do, don't give them any. Listening to a busybody, it's other man's matters. So, now what? That whorish woman, it still ties back to that whorish woman. Can't get around it. Now we gotta get to it, y'all. Now we gotta look at something that's really deep in our community, or us as a people. We still continue with this whorish woman. So let's look at 2026 today in real time. Now, I remember a show used to call, what was it, Black Ink, New York. Black Ink Crew is a VH1 reality TV series that premiered in 2013 following the staff of Drama, remember that key, Drama, at the African American owned tattoo shop in Harlem, New York. It has since spawned spin-offs in Chicago and Compton. The show chronicles the daily operation, personal lives, and business endeavors of the tattoo artist, including owner Caesar Emanuel and his future cast members like Dutchless Lattimore, Sky, and Young Babe. The original New York series has aired multiple seasons, focusing on shop's growth, conflicts, remember that conflicts, and the artist's individual journey. So, as you can see, we got something called Black Ink, where all these black men, women, is marking their body up with tattoos. So the rise of tattoos on our people is insane. It's like we are trying to outdo the heathens. We got them on our faces, legs, back, arms, full sleeves, feet, thighs. I see some on our ears, back of our necks. You name it, we putting it all over our bodies. Little young girls, boys, man, we're looking like heathens doing this type of acts. I mean, what's wrong with us? Marking up our body for what? What are we doing this for? Who are we trying to follow? This ain't no God. So let's see something. Let's go to Isaiah. This is getting crazy. Isaiah. Man, I always pass it up. Look around at it. Isaiah chapter 30, verse 9. It said that this is a rebellious people, lying children that will not hear the law of the Spirit of God. We doing what we want to do. Talking about marking the body up from head to toe. Now, ask yourself, if you got a daughter, a son, would you want to meet somebody they get or meet to come home with a face full of tattoos? As I go back, these bodies don't belong to us. We go back there if we need to. Our bodies don't belong to us. But we marking it up. Tattoos on our feet, head, legs, you name it. Now, would you take somebody like that serious? Think about it. Let's we go back there. Let's go to 1 Corinthians. We can see 1 Corinthians chapter 6. Verse 19. See, what? Know ye not that your body is a temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own? What's supposed to be the temple of the Holy Ghost? Why are we devour our body with tattoos? We the temple, marking up something that don't belong to us. It don't belong to us. And we're going to see a full picture clearly when none of this belongs to us. Let's see. Right here. Look at this. Now, the whorish woman. We just saw what the whorish woman is. Let's tell y'all what it is. A whorish woman. As a matter of fact, you can go with this. Look, it ties in with this. Whorish. Desires. Whorish desires. Tattoos, desires. Something against God defile the body. Is what? Foolish. Folly. Sin. Look. Whorish spirit. That's a busybody. Tattoos everywhere. Eyebrows. I see them on eyebrows. Where did I see them at? On the side of the rib cage. Other parts where I care not the name, but everywhere. Why? Look at this. Now, would you bring it? Look, would you want your daughter dating somebody like this? Or like this? Making this man her husband? Look at this. All on his face, on his nose. Look. On his nose. Cheeks, forehead, little marking up. Something that's not even his. All around his neck. Look at that. Look at her. Now, mothers, would you let your sons bring it to your house? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. On her forehead, cheeks, a woman. She's supposed to be a mother and a wife. She got tattoos on her neck, down to her throat, still sleeved up. Look, tattoo prevalence. Look, that's that black ink crew right there. These right here. Would you bring this to your sons or daughters to marry? Just an honest question. Would you? Look, tattoo prevalence by race. Black Americans, 39%. Hispanic Americans, 35%. White Americans, 32%. Asian Americans, 14%. We done took over the tattoo market. We're almost at 40%. But we only make up what? 13% of the population. 13% of the population. But we acting a fool. We the lowest. Right there in the middle. But yet, we got tattoos leading in a tattoo market of some heathen practices. We ain't trying to hear nothing. Nothing. Let's see why. Let's go. Let's find out. Let's see something. Let's go back. Let's go Leviticus. Leviticus chapter 19. We're going to drop down to verse 28. It says, Leviticus chapter 19 and 28, ye shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, or print any marks upon you. I am the Lord, the Spirit of God. But yet we make marks, prints, ink marks for the dead. How many people got dead people on their bodies? Uncle Ray, Pooh Man, tattooed on their arms, rest in peace, foolishness. Makes us what? What does that make us? Look at a bunch of goats. Goats. A bunch of goats. Look. Check this. Goats, right? See look at that. Male sinner, look. Goat, sin. Guilt, silliness, foolishness, silliness. Tell me that ain't silly. Bunch of silliness. Look at us. And this supposed to be the image of God? This right here? We supposed to be the image of God? And we got the characteristic of goats. Silliness, stubborn, hard-headed. Right here. Look. Leviticus 19, back to Leviticus 19, chapter 19, verse 28. Ye shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, or print any marks upon you. I am the Spirit of God. It's telling you right there, we're not supposed to be doing none of that. Otherwise, we clicked up with what? We clicked up. Yeah. Let's go. James. James chapter 4. Verse 4. Ye adulterers, know ye not that the friendship of the world is intimate against God? Whosoever therefore would be a friend of the world is enemy against God. You linked up with tattoos. That's of the world. That's worldly. And we're going to see it in full blown. Look, all this right here. See? We're going to see all this in real time. Right there. Clicked up. With the world. Tattoo out. Outdoing everybody. Outdoing the Hispanics, white and the Asians. Bunch of goats. Looking like, look at this, heathens. Let's go to Ezekiel. Let's go to Ezekiel. Ezekiel chapter 2, verse 7. And thou shalt speak words unto them, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear. For they are most rebellious. But they are most rebellious. Just like a silly goat. Silly goat. But we gotta find ways we gotta find ways out of this. And he gave us the way through the scriptures with thus said the Lord. So we gotta find our way out of this. With the help of who, Jehovah? So let's see, let's go to Psalms. Psalms. I'll be looking right at it. Be passing right over it. Boy, I can't see for nothing. Psalms 143, chapter 143, verse 9. And it reads, deliver me, O Lord, from my enemies. I flee unto thee to hide me. You want to be in his what? His safety. From my enemies, what? These what? Enemies. Sinful thoughts. Tell me you want to get a tattoo. Tell me you want to go visit the grave sites. You want to have funerals on a Sabbath day and not keeping it holy. Chapter 9, verse 10. It says, teach me to do thy will, for thy art, thy affection and beauty, my God. Thy spirit is good. Lead me to the land of uprightness. Remember, we're on this path, the King's Highway. As long as you stay on the King's Highway, can't fail. Verse 11, quicken me, O Lord, for thy name's sake, for thy way's sake, for thy righteousness' sake, bring my soul, my spirit, out of trouble. Trouble. Tattoos. Trouble. Burying people on a Sabbath day. Trouble. Funerals on a Sabbath day. Funerals on a Sabbath day. Attending on a Sabbath day to funeral. Trouble. Listen to certain people. Busybody. Trouble. Trouble. Let's go to this last verse. Psalms 143, chapter 12. And of thy mercy, cut off my enemies, and destroy all of them that afflict my soul, my spirit. For I am thy servant. So I hope some people got a little bit of edification, and I thank y'all for joining me today. And just something to think about, meditate on. Thank y'all for joining me. This is Brother Laverne Thomas. I I like to say, shalom, shalom, shalom.
Right. Hope y'all ready to take these notes, to jot down these quotes from the teacher, JEHOVAH host, and at the post, ladies and gentlemen, Brother Rush.
Shalom, shalom. This is Brother Rush coming to you from the King James Bible University, and I'll be doing a short teaching. Surely vain are all men by nature. Surely vain are all men by nature. But before we get started, I would like to make a public announcement. King James Bible University and the House of the Lost Sheep of Israel is an institution that stands alone. King James Bible University and the House of the Lost Sheep of Israel is not affiliated with no Christian organization or street camp of any sort. King James Bible University and the House of the Lost Sheep of Israel is an institution that holds strictly to the 60 and 11, solving King James Bible with the Apocrypha. Now back to the lesson. Surely vain are all men by nature. We'll be starting in the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 13, and verses 1. Surely vain are all men by nature who are ignorant of God, and could not, out of the good things that are seen, know him, that is, neither by considering the works did they acknowledge the workmaster. We can look at something like a tree, how it grows, how it brings forth fruits, how it has order and purpose. We may admire its beauty, benefit from the fruits, or even sit up under it for shade. But if we stop there, just appreciating the tree and never letting our understanding rise to acknowledge JEHOVAH as the one who created it and give it life, then we have missed the whole point. That's what the scriptures is showing us. It's not that we cannot see the good things. It is that we can see them and still not know JEHOVAH through them. We can enjoy what was made, but fail to acknowledge the workmaster behind it. So this shows how easy it is to stop at what is visible and never go higher in understanding. But everything we see is supposed to lead us back to JEHOVAH. The tree is not the source, it is the evidence. And if our spirit do not let it point us back to him, JEHOVAH, then we have fallen in the same vanity the scriptures is warning us about. Surely vain are all men by nature. Romans chapter 1 and verses 21. Because that when they knew God, they glorified him not as God, neither were they thankful, but became vain in their imagination, and their foolish heart was darkened. We can wake up in the morning with breath in our body, strength in our hands, and a clear mind to think everything is already set in order for us to move throughout our day. That breath is not ours. That strength is not ours. And that understanding did not come from us. It was given. Yet we can go about our routines, handling our responsibilities, and everything can function the way they're supposed to, and still, in our spirit, not acknowledge Jehovah as the one who made it possible. In that moment, we are not glorifying Jehovah as God, and we are not being thankful. And once that thankfulness leaves our spirit, something begins to shift. Our our thoughts stop being directed towards Jehovah and start turning towards self. We begin to look at what we are doing, what we are accomplishing, and how things are working in our favor. And without realizing it, our imagination became vain because we are operating in what we can see instead of our spirit staying rooted in acknowledging the workmaster behind it all. Romans chapter 1 and verses 22. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. This shows us what happens when pride and arrogancy takes over our spirit. We can begin to think that our knowledge, our understanding, and the way we move is coming from us. What's coming from us? We started trusting our own thoughts, leaning on our own understanding, and carrying ourselves as if we are the source. But in doing that, we are losing sight of Jehovah as the one who gave us the ability in the first place. So while we are claiming to be wise, in reality, we are moving in foolishness because true wisdom is not in exalting ourselves, it is in acknowledging Jehovah in all things. Because pride makes us feel elevated, but spiritually, it's actually separating our spirit from the very understanding we think we have. I have to admit, pride. Genesis chapter 1 and verses 31. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, remember, it was very good. Everything Jehovah made was already established, in order, complete, and called good. So when we looked at creation, we are not just seeing things that exist, we are witnessing his wisdom, his order, and his perfection. But we have to examine our spirit because if we move through what he has made and begin to think our way is better or that our understanding surpass what he has already called good, that's where pride begins to rise in us. We can take what was made perfect and try to add to it or lean to our own understanding instead of acknowledging Jehovah as the workmaster. And in doing so, that we have moved away from the truth without realizing it. Because true wisdom in us is not improving what Jehovah made. It is recognizing and respecting it and aligning ourselves in obedience to his ways. Romans chapter 1 and verses 23. And changing the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible men, and to birds, and four-footed beasts, and creeping things. We might look at something like a house or a building, how it stands strong. Everything measures and looks right. Everything is in order. And instead of acknowledging the builder, we start focusing only on what we see. We admire the structure, the design, the appearance, and we may even begin to think, I understand this, I could do this, without ever considering the one who laid the foundation or brought it together. Spiritually, that's the same thing we're doing in Romans 1:23. We are taking what Jehovah has created, our spirit, our strength, and our understanding. Instead of honoring Jehovah as the source, we start focusing on the visible. And just like that, we have taken something eternal and reduced it to something temporal, all because we stop acknowledging the workmaster who made it possible, Jehovah. Isaiah Isaiah chapter 5 and verses 20. Woe unto them that call evil good, and good evil, that pit darkness for light, and light for darkness, that pit bitter for sweet, and sweet for bitter. We can come into a situation where some things clearly going against Jehovah's order, but because it feels right to us or benefit us, we begin to justify it and call it good. And on the other side, when corrections come, a truth challenge us, we can resist it and treat it like it's wrong or unnecessary. That's what Isaiah chapter 5 and 20 is warning us about. It shows us how our understanding can become reversed when we stop acknowledging Jehovah. We can begin to call darkness light and light darkness, choosing ignorance over understanding, comfort over truth, without even realizing it, because it shows us how small that shift can be when we lean on our own understanding. We can start naming things based on how we feel instead of what Jehovah has already established. Genesis chapter 1 and verses 29. And God said, Behold, remember, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat. Doctrine. Jehovah's word, his doctrine, is already planted in us, showing us how to think, respond, how to walk. But when afflictions come, up, instead of letting that word guide our spirit, we can refuse it and follow what we feel is right in our understanding. We may know the right way, but choose our own way. The seed is already there, but if we do not receive it and let it govern us, our spirit will start feeding on something else. Our emotions, our reasoning, our desires, because spiritually we are not lacking instruction. We're choosing whether or not to follow what was already given. And when we reject that seed, we are stepping outside of Jehovah's order. Ecclesiastes Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verses 29. Lo, this is only have I found that God has made men upright, but they have sought out many inventions. We can be given a clear and straightforward instruction, something simple, direct, and already in order. But instead of just following it as it was given, we start adding our own ideas, changing part of it, or doing it in a way that makes more sense to us. What was once simple became complicated because we inserted ourselves into it. Jehovah made men upright, straight, in order, but we go out and seek many inventions, creating our own way instead of staying in what he has established. Galatians chapter 6 and Galatians chapter 6 and verses 7. Be not deceived, God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Jehovah already set the foundation from the beginning. Everything was established upright, and that same order still stands. So when we leave what was given and start moving in our own inventions, We are still going to reap, but now we are reaping from what we choose to sow. If we sow, plant outside of Jehovah's order, out, outside of what he has established from the beginning, then the return is going to be what we plant. We can think we can change the foundation and still get the same result. Jehovah is not marked. His order does not change to our ways. If we sow, plant in truth in what was given from the beginning, then we are going to reap the harvest, life, eternal, and understanding. But if we sow, plant in our own ways, our own thoughts, our own inventions, then that's what's going to come back to us. Separation. Because every decision, every thought is a seed, and it will produce after its kind, whether it is rooted in what Jehovah established or in something we created on our own. 1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verses 19. For the wisdom of this world is foolish with God, for it is written, He taketh the wise in their own craftiness. We can learn how things work in this world, gain knowledge, develop understanding, and become skilled in certain areas. And after a while, we can begin to trust in that knowledge, thinking we figured things out and know how to move. But if that wisdom is rooted in the flesh and not in acknowledging Jehovah, then what we call wisdom is actually foolishness before Jehovah, because we are learning, we are leaning on our own understanding instead of submitting to His. The very thing we rely on, our own craftiness and reasoning, can become the trap that exposes us. We think we are being wise, but in reality, we are being led by our own deceit, not trusting in our own understanding, but to acknowledge Jehovah in all things, because without Him, what we think is wisdom is just foolishness. Proverbs chapter 3 and verses 5. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. Jehovah has given us His word from the beginning, His order, His direction. But when something rises up in our spirit, our thoughts or our desires can try to lead us another way. So now there's a choice happening inside our spirit. We know what was given. We know the right path. But our understanding begins to speak, trying to justify, trying to reason to create another way. And if we follow that, we are no longer trusting in Jehovah. We are leaning on our own strength and understanding. Proverbs chapter 3 and verses 6. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. When situations come, when a situation comes, sometimes that bothers me. It does not go the way I expected. My first reaction is to speak, react, or handle it based on how I feel in that moment. But if I move like that without acknowledging Jehovah, I am really just leaning on my own understanding. Instead, acknowledging Him, I was supposed to pause and check my spirit. Is this the response? Is this response in alignment with Jehovah's word? Or is this coming from my flesh? That Jehovah is directing my path. So the situation may be the same, but the outcome is different because I am acknowledging Jehovah first instead of trusting myself. Jeremiah chapter 10 Jeremiah chapter 10 and verses 12. Jeremiah chapter 10, and verses 12. He has made the earth by his power. He has established the world by his wisdom and has stretched out the heavens by his discretion, wisdom. Everything is established by Jehovah's power and wisdom and not by man. The earth, the people, and the order of life itself was not formed through confusion, but through Jehovah's wisdom and perfect understanding. That means nothing we are walking in is without structure. Everything has already been measured, set, and established by Jehovah. If he built everything by his wisdom, then our understanding cannot be the foundation we rely on. When we try to figure things out apart from him, we are stepping outside of the very wisdom that was created and sustaining all things. Isaiah chapter 55 and verses 8. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord. Our thoughts will try to create our own understanding of a situation, but Jehovah is showing us that his thoughts are not ours. What looks off to us may actually be in perfect order according to Jehovah. So instead of leaning on our own reasoning, we have to submit and trust his ways. That means being patient when we move, when we want to move, being silent when we want to speak, or staying in a situation when we would normally walk away from it. That's the difference. Our ways try to control the understanding. Everything but his ways call us to trust even when we do not understand the full outcome. Isaiah chapter 55 and verses 9. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. We may have a situation where we feel we know exactly how to handle it. In our mind, our ways seem right, justified, and even wise. But Jehovah's ways require something completely different. Patience when we want to act, silent when we want to speak, humility when we want to prove a point. And that's where the separation is seen. Our ways is based on what we understand. Jehovah's wisdom operates on a level we cannot fully comprehend through our own reasoning. Proverbs chapter 14 and verses 12. There is a way that which seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. When we deal with a new job, money, or opportunity, something can come our way that looks good. More money, an easier situation, or something that seems like a step forward. In our minds, it seems right because it benefits us. It solves a problem, or it makes life smoother. So we take it without really acknowledging Jehovah or checking if it aligns with his order. We tell ourselves this has to be right. This has to be right. It's working out for me. But over time, we start feeling the effects of that decision. Maybe it pulls us away from discipline, from truth, or from the path we were supposed to stay on. We look like a good move began to create distance in our spirit. What looked like a good move began to create distance in our spirit. Psalms chapter 127, and verses 1. Except the Lord build a house, they labor in vain that build it. Except the Lord keep the city, which walketh but in vain. If Jehovah is not the one who established what we are building in our spirit, then all of our efforts, all our planning, all our laboring is empty. We can have a way that seemeth right in our mind. We can follow our own thoughts and reasoning. But if Jehovah is not the foundation of our spirit, it is all in vain. Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy chapter 4. And verses 6. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of all the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. How we carry ourselves in an everyday situation, we can say we believe in Jehovah. We can speak about wisdom and even understand the commandments. But the real question is how we live when situations come. When we are dealing with someone who disrespect us or treat us wrong, our natural reactions might be to respond in anger, get even, or speak out of emotions. But if we are keeping and doing what Jehovah commands, we are moving differently. We are showing resistance, patience, and order, even when it's not easy. That's what makes the difference visible. People may not hear us quoting scriptures, but they see how we are handling ourselves. They see that we are not moving like everyone else. And that becomes a witness. Wisdom is not just in what we say, but in how we live. When we apply His commandments in real situations, it shows that our understanding comes from Jehovah, not from ourselves. Ecclesiastes chapter 12. Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verses 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep His commandments, for this is the whole duty of men. After all the thinking, the reasoning, and the many ways that seem right to us, it all comes back to the desire Jehovah and keeping His commandments. To fear Jehovah is to have our desires aligned with Him, to respect His authority, and to walk carefully in all His ways He has already established. Keeping His commandments is what proves what we are truly hearing. It proves that we are truly hearing Him, not just listening with our ears, but obeying with the desire of our spirit. That true wisdom is not complicated, it's obedience. It is not about how much we know, but whether we walk in what He commands. Second address, chapter 8, and verses 52. For unto you is paradise open, the tree of life is planted, the time to come is prepared, plenteous is made ready, its city is built, rest is allowed, yea, perfect goodness and wisdom. When we read 2nd Ezra chapter 2, when we read 2nd Ezra chapter 8 and verses 52, it should give us hope, but also a responsibility, because it shows us what Jehovah has already prepared for those who walk in alignment with Him. Paradise is not something we create, it is something open unto us. The trees, the pastors, the elders, the evangelists, that's the source of wisdom guidance, and the true leadership is already planted. That means everything we need for our life and growth in the Spirit is already established. The time to come is prepared, not being figured out as we go, but already set in order by Jehovah. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 13, and verses 4. But if they were astonished at their power and virtue, let them understand by them how much mightier He is that made them. When we are amazed at power, beauty, strength of any created, we're not supposed to stop there. If something in creation calls us to marvel, rather its nature, people, or anything that that displays strength and order, that reaction is meant to point us higher, not becoming the thing we admire. Because if what was made had that kind of power or virtue, then how much greater is Jehovah who made it? So this lets our spirit know not to get caught up in what we see and begin to exalt it, but to let everything lead our spirit back to Jehovah. Psalms chapter 119. Psalms chapter 19, and verses 1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. The heavens and the firmaments are not just there to be looked at. They are declaring, revealing, and testifying of Jehovah's glory, his power, and his handiwork. Every time we look at order of the sky, the structure, the movement, the balance, we are actually seeing the evidence of his wisdom and his authority. The day and the night, it shows us that we do not have to search far to find proof of Jehovah. His work is already manifesting around us. What we see elevates our understanding of the Creator, because the heavens are not glorifying themselves, they are pointing back to Jehovah. So this brings us back in alignment, reminding us that everything we see is a witness, and our spirit is supposed to recognize the one who hands made it all. Isaiah chapter 45 and verses 18. For thus saith the Lord that created the heavens, God himself that formed the earth and made it. He has established it. He created it not in vain. He formed it to be inhabited. I am the Lord, the Spirit of God, all caps, and there is none else. Jehovah established everything from the beginning, meaning the way we are supposed to live was already set in place through his wisdom, because when we feel lost, confused, or without purpose, that's not coming from Jehovah, coming from what Jehovah created. It's coming from stepping outside of his order. Spiritually, we were made to be inhabited by Jehovah, to walk in his ways, to reflect his wisdom. So when our spirit tried to create our path or lean on our own understanding, our spirit is moving from what we were created to be. Genesis chapter 1 and verses 26. And God said, let us make men in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowls of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. Jehovah made man in the likeness, meaning our spirit was designed to function and align with Jehovah, not separated from him. That alignment is where our understanding, our strength, and our direction comes from. The moment we step outside of that alignment, when we lean to our own understanding or follow the flesh, we are moving away from the very likeness our spirit were created to walk in. Dominion over the fish, over the fowls, and every creepy thing, showing us control over what moves in our inner man, our thoughts, our desires, the influence around us, and the spirits we entertain. Sirach chapter 18 and verses 3. Sirach chapter 18 and verses 3. Who governed the world with the palm of his hands, and all things obeyed his will. For he is the king of all, by his power dividing the holy things among them from profane. Jehovah, the one who lives forever, is the creator of all things, not just a portion, not just what we understand, but everything in general. That means nothing exists outside of his authority. Every person, every system, every part of creation falls under what he has made. It also shows us that his understanding is not limited like ours. Acts chapter 7 and verses 50. Has not my hands made all these things? Jehovah's power, his authority, is behind everything that exists. Nothing we see, nothing we experience, nothing that is built or formed came into being on its own. So if his hands made all things, then his authority rules over all things. That means there is nothing outside of his order, because it removes any illusion that man is the creator, or that anything operating independently of him, even things man built, are still within what Jehovah allows, and establishes. So this brings us back in a line, reminding us we are not dealing with man-made systems alone. We are living with something that his hands has already formed. And if his hands made it, then our responsibility is to recognize his authority in it, submitting to his order and not elevating anything above the one who created it all. Deuteronomy, the last verse. Deuteronomy chapter 30. And verses 19. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. The small decisions we make every day, we might be facing with a moment where we can either respond in truth or respond out of emotion. We can either be honest or bend the situation to benefit ourselves. We can either follow what Jehovah has shown us or go with what feels easier in the moment. He said, I have set life and death before you, blessings and curses. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. This has been Brother Rush. Shalom and shalom.
And coming in to bring this Friday run to a close, we're going to pull up to the shop where all the brothers hanging out. Welcome to the Barbershop Talk.
Shalom. This is Brother Robinson with the King James Bible University. And the door to the barbershop is open today, and we delve into the question, what does total surrender look like? And the two verses we have is Genesis 22:12 and James 2:22. And I can say that from my civilian and to military experience, it's like when you give up personal control over daily civilian freedom to be molded according to the military. And I think that's a good way of understanding what surrender is. You're giving up everything that you had in the civilian world and you're moving over to the military. So we'll delve into these two questions.
Yeah, okay, yo. So this how I was looking at it. You know, like yeah, I know like what leasing something like look like when you get something leased to you.
Yeah, I'm following you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like you know, like so like for instance, like a vehicle or something like that, when a vehicle is leased to you, that don't mean it's necessarily yours, or you know it's in your possession. You know what I'm saying? You can operate that vehicle and everything, but you can't treat it like it's just all the way yours. Am I on the right track with that?
That sounds good to me. Yep.
Yo, so when you ain't treating that vessel right, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, you missed a payment or something like that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta surrender that vehicle. You know what I'm saying? That's how I was looking at it. Like, okay, that vehicle got to be surrendered. Because, first of all, it ain't even yours. And then once you treat it just any kind of way, You know what I'm saying? Got to surrender that vehicle. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was just, that's how I was looking at it in my mind. Like, you know, I can't
That
surrender
repo.
that. What you say, bro?
That repo.
Repo.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know like when you surrender that vehicle and you know it ain't no just okay, I surrender it for this day. You know, I like shoot, they saying what's mine is mine. It was theirs in the first place because hey, I'm just, you know, somebody that was just putting payments on it, you know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I know, like, I had a friend where he had a lease, and when you turn it in, you know, some of it you pretty much, you know, you got to make sure everything is up to par before you even turn it in. You just can't turn it in all jacked up. They're gonna kick the tires. They're gonna go around, make sure everything is working right before they take that lease back.
Yep. And the main thing with a lease, once you say you go over the required miles that you sign in the lease, say you sign a lease not to go over 10,000 miles per year per lease. If you go over 1 mile, you got to pay for that mile.
Dang.
Right.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah, true. That's true.
So with these bodies, go ahead, brother.
I was kind of listening to Brother Lester when he came in with the introduction there that kind of remind me of the military. Because once you join the military, you pretty much giving everything you have to them. As far as your freedoms, your body, your whatever you have, you now belong to the military. You signed that contract. You raise your hand and say you solemnly swear. You take an oath that you defend the Constitution. It's like you have given everything. You forgot God pretty much because now the military has become your God. They put almost they say they yield to God, but in essence they don't. Reality, they come before God.
Yeah, I understand. I get what you saying, Brother Baldwin. Like you said in the military, just like Brother Lester said in the military, you total surrender is the complete unconditional yielding of the lifestyle that you once had. Now you gotta follow them. They gonna guide you. It's first when you
That's
first
right.
went in there, they sit there
Yeah.
and say, "I'm your daddy. I'm your
Yeah.
daddy." And that's
Ain't
it.
that the truth?
Your life belongs to me now.
They even tell you what to wear, when to wear it, how to wear it. You know.
So, brothers, it sounds like we have gone into a total surrender.
Yeah.
Well,
We just surrendered everything. We just surrendered our bodies, gave it up.
yeah, we surrender our bodies, but at the same time, when you go through your first day of boot camp, they start reshaping your mind. They start renewing your mind by that you may have followed their commandments, their ways. They tell you you're not back on the block anymore. They tell you, they condition you, they yell at you, they do whatever it takes to the extreme to alter your mind into the ways that they want you to move. It's
Sounds a
not.
lot like sounds a lot like jail.
Yeah, it's not just a physical thing, but they really work on your mind to condition.
Yeah,
they want to break you.
Yeah, they break you. They do
Yeah.
break you. They tell you right on down. That civilian life that you once had, they break it all the way down, and then they build you back up as a soldier. That's exactly what they do.
Yeah, a lot of the times they'll call it they're brainwashing you.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they extreme with it. Yes.
And that's why I said it sounds a lot like prison. It sounds a lot like prison. And that's where I went with surrender. Like Paul, being a prisoner, you don't get any rights anymore. You forfeited it.
Let me
Hey,
ask,
brothers.
let me ask a question to the military guys right quick. So, having been in the military, does that help y'all? I guess my question is, does it make it a little bit easier for y'all because y'all have like done it to that extent before, as far as like what we're talking about surrendering now?
Well, if you didn't surrender your thoughts, then, and not going by the military's way, you would be cast out.
Yeah, I mean, because y'all have done it just, yeah, because y'all have already done it like physically and mentally. I was just wondering how does that, does it make it a little bit easier now? Because y'all have already done it that way
Well,
before.
it gives us an idea of how to surrender to the Lord.
Yeah, okay.
Because we use that same method. Now when it's come to submitting yourself to the Lord, hey, that's a good method to use because we have once been there. So yes, I would have to say it makes it more easier. Because as soon as the truth hit me, I was there. I was right there, and I wasn't going nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because in the military it operates under a superior and a subordinate fashion. So with all the rank structure, it kind of trains you into that mindset. Your superiors, you don't talk back; you just do what they say. If you're a subordinate, you just follow orders. If you are the superior, then you're meant to lead and to guide and to show them what they need to do.
Okay.
Do as I say, not what I do.
Yeah.
Brother Travis, can you pull up Romans 12 and 1? Because this,
I was just thinking of that.
So you're either part of the problem or you're part of the solution.
I would say throw in verse 2.
So what we have to do is, beseech me, we've been begged, we've been, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that you present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy acceptable unto God, which is our reasonable service. So when we was involved in that military, what we was doing, we was made to sacrifice our bodies. We was forced to renew our mind according to their ways. But the excuse they have for renewing our minds to their ways was to serve them and to protect this country, protect your fellow soldiers in battle. So and now we have to rethink everything over here. We have to drop the world way of doing it and come to the most high way of doing it, to Jehovah's way. We have to present our bodies for him. And we have to be a living sacrifice for him, holy and acceptable, which is our reasonable service. We have to serve the Lord in all our ways now. We have to drop that mindset, military mindset from there and move it over to our minds over here. Yeah, it was brutal. I know when I was in the military, it was very brutal. I can't speak for today's soldiers, but I know when I went in as a young man, it was extreme.
So can we go to 1 Corinthians 6:19? This is what Paul is telling us, who owns us.
Yeah, I see 1 Corinthians 6:19.
I see.
Yeah, you said. Let me read it for you.
Yes, sir.
What? Know ye not that your body is a temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own.
Go to 20.
For ye are bought with a price. Therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's.
Which are whose?
God's.
All right.
Brother Lester, then you said something about Romans.
Yeah, I was saying like on Romans 12:2.
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Yeah. In Romans 12:2, and be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. And you got to surrender.
Yeah.
Gotta give it all up.
Gotta give it up.
Yes, you do. To me, let's go to. I want to put this one in here with Romans 12:2. 1 John chapter 2, verse 15 and 16. Because total surrender is the complete and unconditional yielding of one's lifestyle, trusting Him fully and following His guidance. Meaning you are committing to God's will. He comes first. That means before your wife, kids, mother, father, even your job. Really, you might well go straight to the point, even your life. But I just want to go to here where it says, love not the world. See, all this thing got to go. Neither the things that are in the world. If any male or female loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. So we got to get rid of all of that. And then you go to, for all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, and the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life. It is not of the Father, but is of the world. So all this worldly stuff, we got to let it go. We got to total surrender ourselves to the Lord.
So what Abraham was doing.
Now, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Let's go to the scripture.
Abraham, said 22?
Yeah. Brother Lester, you didn't really read that scripture when you first started off.
Well, let me hit that.
Go ahead.
Genesis 22 and 12?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he said, lay not thy hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that thou fearest God, and seeing thou hast withheld thy son, thy only son from me.
Go ahead, Brother Steve.
Yeah, I was going to hit that, and I want to kick it off with Genesis. Touching on that, I was going to go to 22 and verse 1. But I see something in that. Start with Genesis 22. You can leave 22 and 12 up, but yeah, there you go. But it said, it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham and said unto him, Abraham. And he said, behold, here I am. And you see in there where God tempted Abraham. So if we could go to the spiritual dictionary and look at tempt. Can we do that? Okay. And I think there's another one you can go to where you'll see where it's a tempt. It comes up where it's a he proved, he tried him. You flow through it.
Right there.
There it is, right there. See? Yeah, where we see he proved, he tried him. So Jehovah was testing Abraham, even in his old age. Abraham was being tested. You know, same as Israel was tested back in Exodus 16 and 4. So you can roll on the other side and you can look at that. I can just read it to you. Where then it said, the Spirit of God unto Moses, behold, remember, I will rain bread, I will rain doctrine from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them, what I will test them, whether they will walk, whether they will live in my law or no. So we see here that the children of Israel were tested when they came out of bondage, out of Egypt. And it's the same right now as I'm being tested, as we are being tested, to see if we are going to walk in Jehovah's law, or if we are going to follow after the foolishness of our own understanding and the things of the world. So Abraham was being tested at his old age whether he would obey the voice of Jehovah and offer his only son as a burnt offering unto God. And when Abraham received the instructions to make the offering in verse 2, we see when he was instructed to do that, and we see in verse 3, if you could go to 22 and verse 3, and it reads, Abraham rose early in the morning, saddled his ass, and took 2 young men with him, and Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up and went into the place of which God told him. Abraham never questioned God. He never hesitated, never pondered the thought that, hey, this was my only boy, God. You remember how old we were when we had this boy? Now you want no none of this. He got up early and did what he was told to do. So, he didn't question God. They never, like we would do, if somebody told us to go out and offer our only child as a burnt offering, I don't know what we would think we would do, if something like that happened. Abraham just went and did what God told him to do, went on about his father's business. So let's just go down to verse 7 on that. Let's check out
Yo,
verse 7.
can you hold that thought? Can I just throw
Yeah,
something in there real quick?
go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna give it right back.
Okay,
Proverbs chapter 8 and verse 17. So
okay.
when you was saying early, right?
Yeah.
Proverbs 8:17, I love them that love me, and those that
Mhm.
seek me early.
Shall
Abraham
find
rose up early
early. Yes,
to
sir.
go find the Lord. All right. I just want to throw that in there real quick.
Okay.
So he
I
said
see that.
verse 7.
I see that. Yeah, verse 7. See, because Isaac, I think he got a little curious on this thing, because he got up, Abraham got all this stuff together, got his two boys, and they went out, on the journey. Now, verse 7, and so I'm going to start down and he said, behold the fire in the woods. I'm going to go down there, and he said, behold the fire in the wood. This is Isaac talking to Abraham, to his dad. And he said, behold the fire in the wood, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering? That's what Isaac was asking Abraham. In verse 8, and Abraham said, my son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. And right here it indicates Abraham's faith in this situation. He knew that God was an awesome God, and his word is true. Abraham knew he couldn't withhold anything from Jehovah, even though, see, his wife Sarah was barren and couldn't bear children. It was God that foretold him he would have a son and to name him Isaac. And this is a demonstration of God wanting us to trust him, to have faith in him, to surrender to him. If God shows you something, it will come to pass. So back, to 22 and 12, Abraham was following God's instruction to demonstrate total surrender unto God and not withhold anything of himself from Jehovah. So that's what each of us have to do in our walk, the same walk as Abraham, and not withhold anything from Jehovah, that we have to totally surrender. That's what Abraham did in that verse 22 and 12. Offered his son Isaac as a burnt offering. That was his total surrender.
I'd like to add something to that.
Go ahead.
James chapter 4 and verse 7, the first line. And it reads, submit yourselves. Submit means surrender, yield yourselves therefore unto God. Nothing else need to be said about that. Total surrender. It's not partial. Nowhere it says partial or a little bit. Total surrender.
Right. Brother Matthew, go ahead and finish up with
Yeah.
8 too.
Before we go there, I heard someone who said, many of us, when he was offering up his son, and it says, I think the person said, would we have done that? And they said something. I wanted to interject, but we were moving on. But it says we have left all. Now that we're here, some of us have left our kids. Some of our children aren't speaking to us. We haven't put them on the actual altar to have them killed, but we have killed the relationship. I just wanted to share that because I know I have gotten rid of a lot of people in this walk in terms of putting them away, putting them on the altar. Some disconnected from me permanently due to my walk. So I wanted to bring that up.
What you talking about on Genesis 12 and 1? Or Brother Pace? That's what
Yeah, I
you
was
talking about?
interjecting. Yeah, somebody was talking. They were saying He didn't say anything. He just offered it up, and I'm just interjecting that. Like, we are getting there. We didn't maybe do it when he did it, but some of us have put things on the altar that we've dismissed and said, okay, if you're parting ways because this is the truth I believe, I'm not going to choose you over the truth. Almost like when I can't find the scripture where it said, let me try to find it before I'll just paraphrase it. It says, when the disciples looked and they said, we have left all and followed you. So that's where I was getting that from, because some of us have left family members and other things to seek out this path. That's all I was interjecting, and I'll get the scripture as well.
Yeah, so what I was saying, brother Pace, just since you up here, I was saying would Genesis 12:1 be a fit for that, of what you saying, like getting away from your family and things like that?
Yes, that would be fitting. Yes.
And then, so I'll go ahead and read it real quick. Now the Spirit of God has said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred. So we can start right there. So that's what you was talking about, of like getting away from even son, daughter, even your own son, thing like that.
Correct.
Yeah. And then I believe the other one you was talking about was this, just so we can, kill it real quick. Mark 10:28. Let me know if you talking about this one. You can read it, bro. Or I read it. Then Peter
began to say unto him, lo, we have left all and have followed thee. Yes, that's it.
Cool.
Hello. Okay, brother.
Shalom.
I just want to go to verse 8 in
Yeah.
that. I'll finish that up. It says, draw nigh unto God, and he will draw nigh unto you. We can see that that's conditional. We do things, he's going to respond. Cleanse your hands, ye sinners, and purify your heart, ye double-minded. You can see where there's work that we have to be doing on a continuous basis. Every second, every minute of the day, we have to be drawing nigh, cleansing, purifying. Can't be double-minded.
Yeah, that's great. And now you know that we have faith, but there has to be some works behind it. And let's go to James 2:26.
Hey, Brother Stanley.
Yes, sir.
Give Brother Lester go ahead and read that other one, James chapter 2, verse 22, before you start
Okay.
that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Brother Lester, because you didn't read that one either.
He said James 2:22.
Mm-hmm.
All right. James 2:22. Seest thou how faith wrought with his works, and by works was faith made perfect.
Go ahead, Brother Stanley.
So basically, we have to be doing some works. Faith alone is just not gonna get it, but we have to be doing some works also. But we have to provide that also in order to make things work.
I have a question. So this faith with his works, say when Abraham had to leave his country and from his family and go into a land where JEHOVAH showed him, where God showed him, what does that look like in, I say, my life, when I had to leave my family and go into a land that I didn't know? Like, I moved to Texas. I didn't know a soul here. I had to measure my faith and to see God on how to survive and how I was gonna make it here without knowing anybody and depending on anybody, and just
make it to where I'm at, because it's a lot of brothers and sisters that find themselves having to get away from their loved ones and move to a place to where they don't know a soul, don't know a soul whatsoever, don't know which corner to turn, don't know where they're gonna lay their head. How does faith affect that person that has to do that to survive? Or I ask myself, was I really dependent on God to get where I'm at today?
Can I ask you a question, Brother Pepper?
Go ahead.
Why you moved to Texas?
Because I didn't want to live in the cold. That could be answered many different ways, you know, for where I'm at now. One, I didn't want to move back to the cold states where I come from, so I had to get out the cold because I can't stay in the cold weather.
Okay.
But and the places that I lived prior to Texas, nothing worked out for me there in those places. Not saying that I didn't put forth an effort for things to work out in those places that I was, but once I moved to Texas, I had said in my mind, in my heart, that I have to solely depend on God for everything. And I didn't know if that was, at that time, was that a point of surrender or just needing help, you know, to make it day by day. So that's them still some questions I have to, you know, work through. But I know now what I'm pretty much 100% sure that JEHOVAH brought me to the point to where I'm at now. I have no doubt, none whatsoever in that part. But did I have the knowledge of him? Absolutely not, because I was following another God.
And that's one thing. Oh,
I
sorry.
was following Jesus.
And that's one thing you have to consider too, Brother Peppers, is because you made that physical move, but you have to make that mental or spiritual move also. Because when you're moving into a new doctrine, a new territory. That's still a place you haven't known. So as you grow spiritually and you grow in your knowledge, you're moving into a higher level of understanding and another of the doctrine that you're following. So it can be physical, but it's also is your knowledge that's going to lead you into a more spiritual place.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because you wasn't really in the truth, so that faith was actually an FATE's faith. You know. I know what you're trying to say, Brother Peppers, but you know, the move you made, you didn't make it following the word of God. You made that move because you wanted to make a change. You didn't want to live in that cold environment.
Absolutely. That was 100% faith. Of course it was. Now that I know I learned what that was. Absolutely.
Hey, can we go to Deuteronomy 30? And 16. And that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments, and his statutes, and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply. And the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. And then if we go to 17 also. But if thy heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shall be drawn away and worship other gods and serve them. Only reason I wanted to say 17 is because, like, I done moved a lot myself. So I didn't, man, even when I went to prison, man, I went to apostolic, Pentecostal, non-denom. So basically, all I'm trying to say is that's like worshiping other gods. I done moved to other states to worship other gods when the whole time I was supposed to be taught by God when I move.
Absolutely, and
I got,
in my journey,
is that Brother Peppers you were bring up? Before you go
yes.
there, can we look at for both of you? Because I thought about this when you were saying this, but I didn't get to it because he has to go to where he went to. But can we look at Philippians 2 and 12,
Mm-hmm.
12 and 13 for both of you in the sense of how this what it looks like to me? Because you were moving, because I've moved a bunch of times myself, and I didn't come into the truth till later, the understanding, I should say, till later that I'm supposed to be walking upright. 2:12. Wherefore, my beloved, as you have not always obeyed, not as in my presence only, but now much more in my absence, work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. For it is God which worketh in you both to will and to do his good pleasure. I just thought of that when you both were saying what you said, that, you know, because let's look at it this way, where you were, what if you didn't hear the voice there? What if you didn't heed to him there? I don't know if that's adding anything to it, but I just thought about that when you guys were talking.
Well,
Yes, I'm too.
I could absolutely say that since I've been in Texas now for 15 years, and this is the longest I ever stayed anywhere in my whole entire life. And I give that to God. He stabilized me. I never really had a stable home in my whole entire life. So at this point in my life, I'm like, okay, he's definitely with me. And now that I'm following and seeking him, I could tell a difference. I don't have this doubt in my mind like, oh, how long I'm gonna be here, or where's my next destination, where I'm gonna live at now, where's my journey gonna take me to now? Because I never had a place that I can call home. Especially, at a young age when I lost both of my parents at a very young age. And it's always been in the front of my mind. I don't know where I'm gonna live at. I don't know where this road gonna take me. But now that I got more faith, FAIT, I have my faith in the Most High, and he sustained me because I was tired. I was tired of moving. I was tired of seeking a place of refuge. But now I know I have my refuge in him. So I'm just trying to help people understand or see through my journey that you got to have some type of faith in God to eventually get to a place of being stable. Yeah, we on a journey. I know I'm still on a journey. Shoot, tomorrow it could change in an instant, in the blink of an eye. I understand that. But for somebody that's listening and listening to my testimony of being unstable majority of my life and moving from place to place and not knowing the outcome of it, don't see the outcome of it, but just pressing forward, just keep moving and keep believing, and God will see you through.
Yo, brother Peppers, check out Sirach 26 and 4.
Whether a man be rich or poor, if he have a good heart toward the Lord, he shall at times rejoice with a cheerful countenance.
So a lot of people associate being poor with like, oh, he in sorrow, or he going through things, or he must be going through a tough time. That's what the person on the outside looking in. But a lot of the times when I meet poor people or someone that's homeless, unstable, a lot of the times, man, they carefree. They say more money, more problems. So they be chilling. Like they be having way more like less stressful things about their day to day over that rich. I'm not sure if everybody's.
Evangelist Travis, I've been there. I lived in homeless shelters before. I experienced it. I was like, man, I ain't got a care in the world. You know, but I still was out there seeking. You know, I still had to work. I still had to do things because I do have children. When I was going through those hard times, and I've seen people. I done met educated men. I done met poor people. I done met all people from all walks of life, and we still all in the same place. You know. So brothers,
Go ahead.
but are we saying there's a relationship between totally surrender and faith, especially when we put both verses together? Because I see a pattern there. So let me pull over and explain. So you all hearing me?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, we hear you.
Yes.
So Abraham totally surrendered his life to God when he left his father's house and his kindred to go to a place he knew not. And that was faith there with him totally surrendering to God. And that is in Genesis chapter 12, 1 to 4. Also, Abraham totally surrendered when he departed from the gods, the idols that he grew up with. So that would have been his cultural influence. And he chose to follow after a God that he could not see, that he knew not, but he believed in him. And you're gonna read Evangelist Travis?
Read what?
Genesis 12, 1 to 4.
Okay. Now the Spirit of God has said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will show thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy way great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Abram departed as the Spirit of God had spoken unto him. And Lot went with him, and Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran.
Okay. So that's what I was saying. That was what I was seeing is total surrender and faith. And I saw the same thing when Abraham was willing to offer Isaac his son as a sacrifice. Because when he was going, Isaac asked him, and one of the brothers touched on it earlier. We have the wood, we have the fire, and that's but he said he did not see the sacrifice. And Abraham said to Isaac that God would provide the sacrifice. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I saw that. So that's two areas where I saw the same pattern. Another era we saw that is Abraham told, he said that already when he left his God, his idols, and when he was willing to offer his son. So he left his kindred. We could call that blind faith and total surrender. He went to sacrifice his son. Again, that's blind faith because he said it. God will provide the sacrifice. So even we read further, he said that he was even believing that God would be able to raise him up, even if he had killed him. But he had faith in God there that he would be going back home with his son. So in all those instances, we are seeing total faith and total surrender. That's what I wanted to ask.
Okay, can you go to Hebrews 11:1? Now, faith is the substance of things hoped for, and the event. What is it?
Evidence.
Evidence.
Evidence of things that's not seen. That was a pretty good one, brother. Gooding just put up, because faith, even when they are not visible or fully recognized. Let me give you an example. Remember when Elder Johnson was talking about being in the dark room?
Nope.
You can't not see a thing.
Nope. I don't remember that. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he threw me off a little bit there. But anyway, and you can't see a thing, but your faith in the Lord, and He will lead you right out of that darkness into the light. So I understand when Brother Gooding put up that something things hoped for and evidence of things that not seen. So I get that.
Yo, so
Evangelist Travis,
what's
could you
happening?
pair Hebrews 11:1 with Romans 1:20?
Yes, sir.
For the visible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse.
I was just thinking, Abraham didn't see, but he trusted. That faith there is invisible. And all of that was established before we all came to be. God always established everything for us. So that's what I was looking into.
Yeah, explain that a little bit more with the Romans 1:20 though. I know you were saying faith is invisible, but how would that go with the Romans 1:20?
120. I'm clear.
It was not seen, but he understood it. He understood the mission. He understood the calling.
So in Romans 1:20, it's talking about the invisible things of the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made. So what thing was Abraham looking at for him to understand that faith?
To me, I was just thinking faith, that faith. Blind faith, that trust in God. So that's a question I'm asking as well, eh?
Oh yeah, I'm not seeing that one. I don't know if anybody else do.
No, that scripture is basically telling you about, He's going to show you some things to get you to get an understanding of things spiritual. That's what this scripture is basically showing you. You can see the tree, and you see how the tree
physical
operates
things.
and how it works. So
You
that's
can see.
basically what it is. Go ahead.
I'm
Go ahead,
sorry.
brother.
Sorry. Yeah, you can see all what he's created, and the way it works in unison with one another is not by accident. So when you see everything that flows around the trees, the streams, and how the weather cycles and everything, you know that's not an accident. So when you look at these physical things, you know they had to be created. So that creation, that creator is unseen. But you could know that he exists by the physical things that you can see, is what this verse is saying.
Correct.
Let's look at Romans 8 and 24. Add something to that. Add something to that. For we are saved by hope. But hope that is seen is not hope. For what a man seeth, why do we hope for? And if you look at 25, but if we hope for that we see not, then do we with patience wait for it. So by our faith, we wait for that we believe in, that God will make it come to pass, because His word is true. If we believe what His word say, He will. But it's His Spirit that we wait for eternal life in heaven with Him. That's what we are hoping for, is eternity with Him. That's the way I see that. That we believe in all these things that His Spirit made, that we can, like brother just said, that we can see His creation from the Creator by the visible things that He made. So we know He exists. So by the things that He created. It's not the things of this world, it's the things that are yet to come.
And if you look at, I know we've all probably been to the beach or on a cruise, some of us have been on boats.
Yeah.
It's amazing that the ocean stops at a certain point and doesn't devour all of us, and it could. It seems like everything in nature obeys God but man, but us. I'm not going to say anybody else. The sun rises, the moon, everything does what it's supposed to.
But
we're rebellious, exactly.
And He gave
And
us
like I said, but me.
Right.
Yeah. Y'all know how like just a little while ago we was talking about like, on the rich and the poor and things like that. So with surrendering, y'all remember this in the study in Luke chapter 21. And verse 1 and 2. So it says Luke 21, 1 and 2, and he looked up and saw the rich men casting their gifts into the treasury. And he saw also a certain poor widow casting in thither 2 mites. So we see the rich and the poor right there, what happened with that poor widow. She did what in verse 3? And he said, of a truth, I say unto you, that this poor widow hath cast in more than they all. You know what I'm saying? So she gave all she could, more than the rich. So she was totally surrendering everything. She cast in what she had. If she had one thing to cast in, she didn't try to cut that one thing in half and say, you know what, I'm gonna give half of it. I'm gonna give 0.5 of it. I'm gonna give a little share of it. Nah, she gave up. She cast in what she cast in. So, just looking at that surrendering, that's what it was looking like, because in verse 4 it says, for all these have of their abundance cast in unto the offerings of God, but she of her penury has cast in all the living that she had.
Absolutely 100% faith.
So she gave her whole life.
Yep, everything she had, and it's easy when, to think that someone that's rich gives $1 million. Oh, that's such a sacrifice. It's really a drop in the bucket if they're really rich. They're not really giving, it's not hurting them when they give what we might figure as being a large amount. It's when you give something that you could feel the results of that giving is when you're giving your all. Like that woman, she gave all she had. Where the rich man, they just gave their excess. So
yeah, absolutely, and then they write it off on their taxes.
Right.
Took the words out my mouth, bro.
That's true.
Hey, Brother Peppers, I got a question. Brother Pep.
Go ahead.
I was just thinking. Now you're from Arkansas, correct? Hometown.
Well, yeah, my parents were from Arkansas. I was actually born and lived in Chicago. I lived a short time in Arkansas after my mother passed, but I eventually didn't like it. I moved back to Chicago with my dad at the time. So, but I spent a lot of time in Arkansas.
So I was just thinking, and there's a similitude of yourself, just like Abraham.
Okay.
And when was it that you came to Texas?
15 years ago, 2011.
15 years ago. Okay. So I guess the similitude with Abraham is that Isaac asked him, where's the sacrifice? And when you got to Texas, where did you end up? Did you end up in a church or somewhere?
Well, before I started going to a church, I just was, which I should have stayed the way I was. I wasn't going to church. I was just, just believing God would, put me on my feet and get me where I need to be. And like then when I started going to church, my life became a wreck, and I didn't understand why. And I kept saying to myself, man, I'm not getting fed. I'm not. This is something right with this. Every time I go to church, my life gets turned upside down. So I'm like, this can't be what I'm seeking. This can't be the God I'm seeking, because I don't believe God would leave me out here like this.
Right,
So
right.
so when I stopped going, and I was like, man, I need to seek. I always had this hunger to seek God. So I was like, well, let me go to a seminary, and that's when I came across King James Bible University, and I've been here ever since.
And that's my question right there. So you are here in the Word. And just like Abraham said to Isaac, he said, Jehovah will provide. So he provided the way for you to get here. And this is where you are right now. Ain't that something?
And to be 100% honest, I got tired of going to church. It wasn't doing anything for me but destroying me. I know I was being destroyed, because I wasn't, at the same time I was going to church, I was indulging in worldly things.
Okay.
And I know if you following God, you ain't gonna indulge in those worldly things, because He forbid it.
Yes.
So, and once I started listening to King James Bible University, those worldly things started dropping off. I had no more desire of it once I started getting some understanding.
Yes.
And and I started to listen more. I started participating in the teachers, listen to the teachers more, and I was like, oh, okay, I get it now. I started getting some things, and I started feeling the desire not to do those worldly things. And I wasn't seeking any type of rehabs or anything like that to stop doing. I just stopped doing it.
Right, right.
And when I understood my body was a temple of the Holy Spirit, and I know God's Spirit has to dwell in me. So I had to clean my act.
Check where you put
I had
that
to
wine
stop
thing,
doing
that little
those things, put
wine
these
place.
poisons in my body like alcohol and marijuana and cigarettes. I just went cold turkey with all. Now the withdrawal symptoms and the things I experienced after, oh man, it was brutal. It was brutal.
Yo, brother Pepper, speaking about alcohol, man.
Yeah.
Hey, on my side taper, I need a little cotton swab of that alcohol right there, man, because I ain't trying to bump up.
Yeah, but it is. I had to start walking really by faith. I didn't know what the outcome was going to be, but something in my heart just tell me just stick with it.
The FAITH, faith.
Yeah, I just had to stick with it. Like I said, when I first moved to Houston, I wanted to stop moving. I wanted somewhere stable to settle down, not just in my physical life, in my spiritual life also, because I was a whore. I was everywhere I was going to this church, that church, this church, that church. I was whoring around, and it wore me down. It wore me out, and I didn't want that. I wanted something stable in my life, and now I'm okay.
Okay.
You know, and it's all about by Jehovah. And I know it is. And I know it is. And can't nobody tell me different.
Just like Abraham said to Isaac, Jehovah will provide.
Yeah, and he has.
Yeah.
And very well, he had no sorrow to it.
Gotcha.
Hey, I got something real quick before we head out. If we could go to John 8:44, and I'm bringing up the scripture because this is what happens. This is who our Father is if we don't truly surrender. Ye are of your father, the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth because there is no truth in him. Okay, now can we go down to 47?
So when we get when we get out of the Father's house, that's saying get out of that devil house.
Exactly.
Worshiping them idols.
John 8:47. He that is of God heareth God's word. Ye therefore hear them not, because ye are not of God. And my last one, Matthew 10:37. He that love, he that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. And he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me.
Okay. Yeah, like
So
that.
we got to fully
Okay.
conform, serve, submit to the Most High, and not give up and be weak and go to Thanksgiving dinner or Christmas because we're not supposed to follow the ways of the heathen. That's all I got.
I guess I'm gonna have to clean up shop today. I'll clean up shop today. Can we go to, I just got one verse, Galatians 2:20. Get my brooms, my mops, and everything.
And make sure you pull out the counters, like pull them out from the walls and get behind the counter.
I'm on it. I got it. Genesis 2:20 says, I am crucified with Christ. So we know that word crucified has different meanings, but one of them, a couple of meanings was to submit and yield, to give over, bring forth. Nevertheless, I live, yet not I, but Christ liveth in me. And the life which I now live in the flesh, I live by faith of the servant of God, who loved me and gave himself for me.
Well, before you close that out, there's one that can go right along with that one. Can you go to Luke chapter 9, verse 23 and 24? You know, we as believers must deny ourselves and take our suffering into death every day, following Jehovah to the end. And he said unto them all, if any man, male or female, will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross, his suffering into death daily, and follow me. Verse 24, for whosoever will save his life shall lose it. But whosoever will lose his life for my sake, the same shall save it. So you talking about total surrender, commitment, walking on faith. There it is.
Can I piggyback on that just to tie in what you just
Yes,
read?
sir. Yes, sir.
With uh pull up Esther 4 verse 16.
So you knew I was gonna like this because it's all flowery. You wasn't? So you know I don't like flowery drinks.
It says, "Go gather together all the Jews that are present in Shushan, and fast ye for me, and neither eat nor drink 3 days, night or day. I also and my maidens will fast likewise. And so will I go in unto the king, which is not according to the law. If I perish, I perish." And then I'm looking for can't think of the verse, can't think of the word it said, but lean not to thine own understanding. There you go, Proverbs 3:5. Trust
Oh, is
in the
that
Lord
barbershop on?
with all thine heart and lean not
Is that
to thine own
barbershop on over there?
understanding. She went in, had already made her mind up. She putting everything out there. She said, if I perish, so what?
Did he just say Brother Durant
And
though?
if she would have leaned to her own
I thought he called my
understanding
name.
and realized, okay, I could go ahead and be done. That event might not even have happened. I'm just saying. But the fact that she didn't even lean her own understanding and realize what was on the line, she made a statement. You know what? If I perish, so what? Because she knew she was in good hands. So it didn't make no difference.
Yeah, I would like to add to that. First Peter chapter 4, verse 1. And this is speaking on the suffering of Christ. For as much then as Christ has suffered for us in the flesh, arm yourselves likewise with the same mind. For he that has suffered in the flesh has ceased from sin. And also, I don't have the scripture right before me, but it also says, there's a scripture that says, let this mind be in you. That was also in
Philippians
Christ.
2:5.
Go ahead and
Say
close it
again?
down. It's more than an hour.
Yes, sir, that's it. Philippians 2 and 5. Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus. So we see that it's a mind thing, which is connected. The mind and the spirit are kind of like the same thing. So that's how we have to operate from when we allow Christ to indwell us and we mortify the deeds of the flesh.
I would add to that Hebrews 10 and 5 that the surrender that we're looking to do is wherefore he cometh into the world, he saith, sacrifice and offering that thou wouldest not, but a body hast thou prepared. So all the stuff that we can just put out, we constantly every day got to prepare to sacrifice this body. And if you go over to Ezekiel 46 and 13, and then that shows that daily, thou shalt daily prepare a burnt offering unto the Spirit of God of the lamb of the first year without blemish. We had no conditions when we come to God. Thou shalt prepare me every morning. That's it.
Well, that's about the time. Time to start cleaning.
Yo, I just wanted to speak on the last verse and then 2 and 5, just to see what you're saying, but just to expound on it a little bit more from how I see it, of like sacrifice and offering out what it's not but a body, right? That was you, Brother Lester, right? That pulled this up.
Yes.
And then Brother Prayer pulled up Philippians 2 and 5. So the body got to be prepared for that mind of Christ, like how y'all was just saying, because it says, "Let this mind be in you, be in this body." So that's what this body got to be prepared for. Is for this mind of Christ, so that He can come and be our head, and now operate this body, which He gonna be operating the hands, the feet, the tongue, the lips, the eyes, and we all know we can break those down into different things we know spiritually of what that's saying. You know what I'm saying? So just like in the physical, what's controlling our body is this mind. On the flesh side of things, I can stand up, I can walk out, open the door, go outside, and that's all from that thought. So, when we let that spiritual mind be in us, which is the mind of Christ, He's now operating His body, which that's total surrendering to that mind, which is of Christ. Just
Yes,
wanted
sir.
to just wanted to tie that in the way I was seeing it as y'all both just said those scriptures.
Yeah, and all that ties back into Galatians chapter 2, verse 20.
Cool.
Yeah, we had a brother bring that out earlier. I am crucified. Okay.
Where?
I can finish it off for you.
Oh, my bad. Oh, you was reading it? I thought you, my bad. I was looking for the broom.
I
20.
got it. I
You
got
got
it,
it?
brother. I got the broom.
You was reading it? My bad. Galatians 2:20. Somebody was reading it, or?
It's back up. You can go.
Brother Power was reading.
I am crucified with Christ. Nevertheless, I live. Yet not I, but Christ liveth in me. And the life which I now live in the flesh, I live by the faith of the Son of God, who loved me, who promised me, and gave Himself for me. Where that broom at? I don't know if the broom on here. It's all good. All right, Brother Lester, you can take us away, bro.
Okay, the barbershop is now closed, and we just finished up on what does the total surrender look like, and I'll say to everybody else out there, shalom.